I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, and boom, we're live. Hey guys, morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. So what? It's like 7:03 here. So this is Becky Patty's post. It begins.
Yeah.
On a long road.
With the rain behind it.
Yeah.
I saw that this morning. It made me so sad. Just imagining what those families are feeling today.
Yeah. Yeah. So good morning, Grandma. Sorry. And Mustang. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so and did you talk to Julie this morning?
I've not talked to Julie this morning.
Oh, okay.
So I think she is there, but they can't have their phones on in court. So
yeah, true enough. So really, we'll show a few videos and we'll just keep updated on Twitter, like pretty much everybody else, really. Since you can't be using anything in court. Court's probably going to be a decently long day, I would assume.
Right.
Boop, 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 boop. If I play Fox 59, I'm going to play it at 1.5 speed because Fox 59, I don't know. You got to really stay away from those guys because Fox 59 always freaking copyrights you, copyright claim, but sometimes it's worth it. And then you take it out when YouTube tells you to.
Well, I mean, and the same sources that are coming out from, like, I think WTHR is there, WRTV. So, I mean, I think they all posted footage of him arriving at court this morning.
Yeah. I was going to say, well, let's see here. Let me look at WTHR. There's that one on Facebook that's only a few seconds long. Wait, you sent me a Fox 59 one. Oh, that's just that one though. Okay. Let's see here.
Here's CBS Indy. I can send you this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, send me that one. I'll try to stay away from Fox.
Yeah.
Even though they have best coverage usually. On okay. I'll just show this one really quick. It's only like, whoops, now playing. Okay, hold on. I guess that's the biggest it goes. Enter full screen. It's only like 9 seconds, guys. Boom. Richard Allen. Okay, hold on a second. Let's try to go back to that for a sec. Okay, so just trying to get a little look-see there. It looks like a big old banana, doesn't it? Yeah, head shaved.
Well, not such a big banana as before.
No, he's a smaller banana, I guess, eh? If
shriveled.
Kagan Klein can stand to use some of that. But, they're definitely going to play on that whole thing today. He's going to meek. He's going to look. I mean, not to say he's not, because, I mean, come on. You live on the outside in the world, and then spend the rest of your days right now in prison, So, I mean, regardless of anything, obviously it's going to take a toll on anybody. And for him, some people curl up and, roll over type of thing. And other people just go in there like it's a typical day in the neighborhood. But yeah, but I bet you any money, like, they're probably like, okay, so look, meek, lose about 10 pounds before we have to go to trial. You guys think? You can see his ears now since his weight loss. Yeah, yeah. Well, if you did the crime, you do the time.
Absolutely.
So just remember, it's not just innocent until you're proven guilty. It's guilty until you're proven innocent. That's more like it. Yeah. But anyway, so uh, that's that. That was just that one for a second. Let's go. Let me go look at see what Adam sent me here. Uh, okay, let's see here. Oh, that's Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
That was only like 16 seconds, but it gives us a little bit better view. Who's messaging? Oh, nobody. I gotta turn my phone off. They're the husband and that are in their. Well, he's at work, but they have a group chat called Mama Bear that goes off. Okay, so let's share screen. And hey, guys, how are you guys today? Good morning.
How is everyone?
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a decently long day with, everything that's going on. This is CBS4 Indy. This one's only like 16 seconds long, guys.
Right. Just gives us a different view of him coming in, which I felt like was a little bit better of a view.
Yeah. Well, except for that glare on the window,
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, that was it, eh?
Yeah.
Well, let's replay on that one since it was so short.
Right. And then we do have some still shots that I can send you as well, Sonny.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Hi, Lynn. How are you? Which do I want to do next? That's that one. I thought you sent me. Oh, is it this one right here? I think that's just when the lawyers are coming in.
Yeah, so there's the lawyers coming in. I sent you one of the judge coming in.
He's all gung ho, eh? Hey,
look at all the YouTubers.
I was just gonna say, let's watch that again. Let's see who we can spot.
I think I saw that. Was that Noe guy? And then Randy Gravitt.
Let's see here. I was too busy looking at the different defense lawyer. Oh, look at Noah or Noe or whatever. Yeah, with Randy. Okay, who else we got? Hey, dude, get out of our way. Who else we got there? Anybody? Oh, there's Frank.
There's Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Thomas Frost, that guy behind him?
I don't know. I think so, with the guy that's holding his camera up.
Is that what's his name? Rick in the blue?
I think that's Rick in the blue there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know who this chick is or whatever. I don't. Hey, nice side profile. Sorry, we're putting you freaking right on a live here like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. There you guys go. You guys feel closer now? Carroll County is like it's a cute little town.
It is, Delphi is a cute little town.
Yeah.
It's sad that it will be. It's sad that it will forever, be known because of what happened there. But it is a cute town.
Frank's got his pen and paper. Okay, let's go to. Well, let's see here. What are they saying? Anything? Let's see. See if anyone. Oh, I guess they can't really tweet out, guys, right? Duh. Richard Allen right there. I keep, that's what's hard with these cases is that some, like when you're in Idaho, you can tweet out and stuff like that. I spy a snake. Chiquita Banana Man. um, let's see what else we got. What's Fox News saying? Anything of? Well, they can't say anything besides, like I said. Wait, is this one? Oh, that's the 16-second one on Fox News, which is the same thing. All right.
Right.
Let me go look at some pictures here. We'll see what else she sent me. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me just grab these pictures and then, okay, that's them. Yeah, it's not a very, oh, is that the judge?
Yeah.
You know?
I guess I heard that I didn't watch it, but I guess JLR is live, there this morning, or was live earlier there. And and he was harassing the judge.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that I was told that. I didn't watch it myself, so I don't know.
Shocked me.
It could be a nothing burger.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it if the news crews just literally was like, "Oh, there's that dude. You guys turn off your volume so we don't get him in every frigging video." Richard Allen, you MUR, you red drum, Hey. Mhm. Let's see here. Let's go into. It's actually quite comical as long as it's not me doing that crap. Let me grab in those other pictures, I suppose. Just give it a second. All right. There's the judge. I am not a morning person. Hey, look it. I'm not like, I'd rather be a night owl than a morning person, but I could do both when I have to. But I don't know that I actually slept last night. Like, not. Like, I meant to. Does that count? I'm not monitoring persons or anything entertaining. Probably be like, man, Toby has lost. I think everyone else is asleep here too.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at Twitter.
Good morning. Hey, Chaotic, how are you?
Good morning, Chaotic.
Yeah. Chaotic should have went to the court with her nails and been like, you don't got to worry about jail or prison. Nah, I got these. And just be like the slasher. Yeah. Morning, Charmaine. Hey, Charmaine, how are the fires doing? Are the fires getting better? I keep forgetting to look again. I think my son said a few days ago that they were coming back or something like that. Let's see what else we got. What else we got to stare at? Well, isn't that an old picture? That's an old picture, isn't it? Or
That's an old one.
Yeah, because we all know he's in a yellow submarine. Let's get a better look at this, shall we? Let's just zoom right on in there. Hey, he's got little bitty ears. Like, look at this guy's ear, and then look at this little bitty ear. Yeah, it's like miniatures. Much better here, but Edson is still evacuated. Oh, okay. We are still on.
So sorry.
Yep. Fire. Are you guys? How's this smoke over there? Is it better in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's better. It's better here. I would assume it's better in the Northeast as well, but it's definitely better in the South.
Yeah.
We really only had a couple of days of it.
Oh, okay, good. What's this one? This is.
That was WTHR.
Yeah. Oh, it's taking forever to load. Like forever. It's still saying loading. Wake me up when it loads. And it can't be me, man, because I rebooted and everything. I only got like 10 tabs open. And that's just because I don't need that one open. Get the heck out of it. Let me try loading that again. Yeah, that little sucker's not loading. I don't know
I
what
sent
to
you
do.
that thing from 13 from WTHR earlier.
Yeah,
There was
let's.
what to know as the Delphi suspect Richard Allen returns to court. That was from this morning.
It's weird. I don't have any internet issues. Do I?
You're not lagging or anything, so.
Oh, hold on. I think it's on Wi-Fi. What the heck?
Mm.
1 second. I have to connect. I don't know why it's hopping off.
Huh.
Give me
Yeah,
a
and
second.
Kathy Allen, for everyone, Kathy Allen is in court. I was told that she's in court. The daughter is not in court.
Okay, I don't know why these aren't loading. What the heck? Disconnect. Let me try it again. Huh.
Is it just that one, or is other? Are you having trouble with other
No,
things?
I tried loading another one. Let me just go myself. Oh, it's Google Chrome or something. Google Chrome's being a little shitnik. I don't know why that is. Loading. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at if there was any updates that I'm seeing here. Yeah, I don't know where the rumor is coming from that the hearing's been rescheduled. My only guess is that people saw that on my case. If everyone remembers, there were originally 2 dates scheduled. There were the 15th and the 16th, and they removed the 16th. So on my case, it says rescheduled on the 16th. Apparently, a rumor started this morning that court was rescheduled until tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. The only thing I can find that would make that people would think that is because originally court was scheduled to start tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And I think if you look at my case, people are confused, but it has said that for a week now. So Richard Allen's in court. Everyone's there. It's not rescheduled. So if you're seeing that, try to, not buy into it. I mean, short of, Richard Allen, physically getting sick, something happening like that, they're not going to just, they're not just going to delay this until tomorrow.
I don't know why my Chrome's not loading. Like it's just I might have to reboot. Don't I have like freaking Microsoft Edge or something?
What if you stop sharing and then try to share again?
Hey,
What if you stop sharing and then you try to share again?
which this?
I don't know.
Stop sharing what?
Well, I meant your screen. Like, maybe there was a. So it's
Like,
playing this.
no, yeah, I know that, but it's already open. I don't know. My thing was being funny yesterday, and that's why I rebooted it. But I never had that issue. I needed a driver update, but let's see here. I just want to. It's just sharing. Yeah, stop sharing. No, that's fine. Why are you doing that? I don't know why it's being wonky. Here, I'm just gonna go reboot out him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that sucks, but. And then
Should be.
I thought I had Edge or something. Whatever. I'll just go reboot. Make my life easier.
So, what does everyone want to talk about while she's gone? Does anyone have any questions or anything? I'm not a morning person, so you'll have to forgive me for not being overly talkative. Let's see if Twitter's saying anything. Jennifer Coffindopper says, Richard Allen has arrived and proceedings should be underway. Issues at hand, set trial date, likely the first of many. I agree. Motion to suppress the bullet, likely no ruling for a while. I agree. Will Richard Allen have to remain in state prison, or will he get transferred to a jail like everyone else? That will be addressed today, I believe. Will the judge approve the defense toolmark expert? She says they cost tens of thousands. Funny, Brian Koberger has already had 3 approved, 1 right after the arrest. The disparagement of how Richard Allen is treated as opposed to Brian Koberger is stark. Hashtag justice for Abby and Libby. Hashtag Delphi. And then she linked WTHR in the. C3 says Tobe needs a bigger hat. I haven't seen a picture of Tobe. I'll have to. Or was he in the video with Richard Allen? I wasn't paying attention if he was. And Charmaine, yes, that video was from this morning that we were just watching of Richard Allen arriving to court. And you can tell he's lost a lot of weight. He definitely has. And that yellow is god awful. Mustang says that's a good way to go to jail, harassing the judge. Well, you think JLR is pretty good at knowing how to go to jail, right? Scumbag Trav says, do people still think there was a pig head at the scene? I've never thought that, so I don't know. Oh, thank you, Cami. This is a 3p Irish coin with a rabbit on it that they made for like 5 years in the 70s and 80s. Hey, Chaotic, I miss you too. We need to schedule a catch up soon. Hey, Bonnie. Bonnie says, Tobe is all over Richard Allen again. And there's Tommy Baker. Hey, how are you? Mustang says, I've heard of the pig head in the very beginning. If I did, I just don't remember, but I've never thought that. Grandma Sora says, thought Aspen was going to say play date. Well, I'm free for a play date. Just not today. Where the latest thing on Twitter, even mentioning Richard Allen was 9 minutes ago. Charmaine says, do we know who is in the gallery? Well, I know that Frank is there. I do know that Kevin and Anya from the Murder Sheet are there. I believe we saw Randy Kravitz in the crowd in there. I saw Julie Melvin is there. I know that I think that Noe guy is there. I think Rick Snay is there. Is that his name? Rick Snay. And I think Thomas Frost, maybe. So there are a lot of YouTubers there. But, you know, they can't have their phones out in court during the proceedings. So they'll be all, I'm sure, all running to their phone once they're dismissed from the public portion of the hearing today. Chaotic says, Grandma, as our catch-up includes Mel, it will be a play date. Absolutely. We need to do that soon. Glad to hear Randy is up and at 'em. Yeah, I guess he looked fine. So I'm glad to hear that. Just seeing any other updates. Now you guys know why I don't like to do live streams by myself. I'm feeling very Tom Webster like right now. It's making me uncomfortable. And it would help if there were like 1,000 people here to like read their comments. But Scumbag Trav says, any reports on if Allen's family is there? I have heard that Kathy Allen is there. I heard that she was actually even giggling in court earlier. That was a rumor, but I did hear it from someone in the courtroom. And the daughter, Brittany, is not in court, is what I'm being told. So, and then I'm curious to know if the Patties are there. I didn't see any footage of them arriving, so I'm not sure if Mike and Becky Patty are there or not. Wait, Grandma Sora says, I thought it was funny Aspen texting Deb to tell her to stop the rescheduled talk. Did I do that? We were chatting behind the scenes and she was asking if I'd heard if it was rescheduled. And I just told her that, you know, my understanding was that, you know, that was a rumor. So, and Deb and I talk a lot. Everyone knows that. Yeah, I would assume they're there, but I mean, you never know. I'm surprised that there wasn't footage of them going into court. But you know, it's nice that there wasn't if they are there, because I'm sure today is not easy for them, and hopefully people give them some respect and some dignity. Uh-oh. There's a Fig Solves in the house.
No. Oh.
Good morning,
Is
Fig.
that why I made my appearance? Okay.
Oh.
So that seems to have cured it. Even though I don't know why, because I rebooted the computer yesterday, but whatever. It wants to be temperamental.
Does it?
Hey, Figgy.
You know, it's funny because just last night I was mentioning that it'd be great if someone had scheduled an interview with a ballistics expert. So, thank you, Fig. Good to know.
Yeah, you're not in trouble. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the ballistic expert.
Yeah, I bet you are.
I don't even own a gun, but I'm still an expert at it. Google Bible told me so. They probably
Mustang. Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know all the entrances to the Carroll County Courthouse, but hopefully they were, you know, like I said, allowed some dignity and respect going in if they are there, which I assume they are.
Who? What?
We were talking about whether the Patties were there or not.
Oh, they are there?
I don't have confirmation of that. I would assume that they are, but I don't know.
No. Should be in bed though. Okay. Let's play this one here. I guess that's one.
Their big
And
story
this is
of
from
the day in less than
WTHR.
4 hours. Key decisions in the case against Richard Allen. So right now, we know he's charged with
Why
2
does it
counts of
sound
murder
funny?
in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. But today, a judge is set to rule on what comes next in this case. Let's get to our Samantha Johnson, who is live in Delphi this morning. And Sam, you are planning to be inside of the courtroom in just a few hours. What can you tell us about what's on the docket today? Yeah, we're going to break down exactly some of these key decisions coming up in just a minute. I also want to mention that this downtown area is now starting to come to life really in just the last few minutes. The police presence has increased. K-9 officers have already come through the scene here. You can even see a few people already lined up to make sure they get their spot inside this courtroom because there are big decisions on the docket today that will shape the future of this case moving forward. And one of them that this community has been waiting for a long time. Judge Francis Gold is expected to set a trial date today. And we have learned that this could actually happen by the end of the year. We're talking about Richard Allen going to trial in the next 6 months. Also on the docket today, there's a motion to suppress ballistics evidence in this case. And that motion actually just came this week from Allen's attorneys who say right now they question the science used by the state to connect a gun found inside Allen's home to an unspent bullet found with Abby Williams and Libby German. So today, Judge Gall will consider whether to keep that evidence when this case heads to trial. Now, we also know there is a private meeting set for today for the judge to talk with the prosecution and defense about bringing in expert witnesses that Allen's attorneys want to hire for his defense. The judge has to approve those witnesses because when they're brought in, they're paid for by public tax dollars. So that is a private conversation that will happen later today. That public hearing is set to get underway this morning at 10 o'clock. We also anticipate there will be a conversation about whether or not Allen should stay in a state prison or be transferred back to a county jail. You can read more about the details of that motion right now at WTHR.com. We, of course, do plan to be inside the courtroom for that hearing today, and we will have updates for you throughout the day, both on air and online at WTHR.com. Julia, yeah.
All right. Whoops. Guess I could bring us back on screen there. Okay. Good morning, guys. Yeah. I mean, it really sucks that you can't tweet or nothing. Someone needs to go talk to those people. Indiana feels like it's so far behind. It seems like, like you guys need to come into the future over there in Indiana. Hopefully, well, I mean, took them long enough just to start allowing cameras, but nobody's using it yet, it seems like. Morning, Biggie. I was watching them before you went live. Right, you know where your loyalty stands. Right here, Mustang, you know it.
No, I think that's awesome, though. I didn't get a chance to watch them this morning at all, but I know that Deb was going live with Ruckus. So I'm sure that'll be good, too, because I'm sure she'll get a lot of subscribers from that. And Deb's a pro. Deb can handle it. And everything I know from everything I know about the Ruckus guy really seems like he's a stand-up individual and intelligent.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey, Figgy, do you have a live going, or do you want to hop up here with us for a little bit? Maybe he's really busy.
He probably is.
He's probably busy chatting in somebody's live instead. The offer's there.
He's probably on Zoom right now with Tom Webster discussing.
Right. Yeah. He's probably discussing the ballista because Tom's smarter. So he thinks.
They're just sharing their PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah. Right. I don't know what a PowerPoint
presentation knows that I like a nice spreadsheet.
I like a nice spread. So don't start. Don't start. I haven't even had no sleep, man. Okay. So what else we got? I mean, this is really all it's going to be, right? Is just, hey, what else is being said? Oh, Charmaine, she said, I'd like to hear Sunny and Adam's thoughts on the bullet. Is it good? Hi, Jeff. How are you? How is it good evidence, in your opinion? I guess, Charmaine, if you show me the other evidence, I'll tell you if it's good evidence or not.
Um, I believe, judging by the fact that this is just my opinion, which can be hard for me to speculate sometimes because I don't like to, but I would assume that by the defense wanting so badly to have the ballistic evidence thrown out, to me, it tells me, one of two things. It tells me either they are going to, make a strong argument against the science behind it, or they're really scared because it's really strong. And I think that it probably is a combination of both of those. Not to sound like Doug Carter, but I think both of those options are probably partially true. If they really thought there was nothing to it, they wouldn't fight so hard to get it thrown out.
True that. I mean, I guess it's to be, hey, you guys, do you guys think it's going to get thrown out? All partial?
I personally don't think there's going to be a ruling on that today.
Not today.
Just because it was so, it was such a recent motion.
Yeah. Well, even if it's not today, do you still feel like it's going to get thrown out? All of it. There's a little banana boat right there.
And I'm sure that'll be one of the things that's heavily discussed after the public portion of the hearing today is over. When they close the courtroom,
when they can start tweeting and stuff.
But I believe that, that's when I think the meat and the potatoes of what is going to happen today is going to take place outside of the presence of the public.
I don't think it's going to get thrown. I'm going to go with my first gut instinct and say, no, it's not going to get thrown out. And I like to speculate.
Knowing what we know right now, I would say it's not going to get thrown out. But if there's information about that evidence we don't know, it's hard to make an informed guess.
Well, considering he said that he never loaned out his gun and
Right.
he doesn't know how the bullet got on Ron Logan's land if he wasn't over there. I mean, I guess a tooth fairy came up and picked it up, from his home and just dropped it on over there. I mean,
Wow.
I know you could say a dog ran by and picked it up and dropped it there, or, any cockamamie bullcrap stuff, right? Bottom line is he's on the bridge.
Right. He's placed himself there multiple times.
Yeah. But yet he can't. Yeah.
And, remember that if you're hearing people argue against the validity of the science behind the unspent bullet, blah, 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 you also have to remember that some people are really trying to paint a narrative that doesn't involve Richard Allen being guilty. And he is presumed innocent, of course. But, I mean,
Sure.
Let's say you wrote a book about, I don't know, Ron Logan being the bridge guy. You've got to sell that book. And unfortunately, Richard Allen throws a wrench into that plan. So it'd be very advantageous of you to want to convince people that, oh, anyone could have planted that bullet there. Doesn't mean Richard Allen did. Maybe someone, maybe he's a patsy.
Maybe somebody went into his home and went to Ron Logan's land and was like, you know what? I'm just going to place this right here.
Right. Maybe he's an innocent bystander in all of this.
Of course, looking at fish on his stock ticker thing.
Or maybe people care more about being right than actually justice for the girls. So
yeah,
I would use common sense and critical thinking.
Sure seems like a pretty big deal to him to say no one's borrowed his gun and that a bullet came from his gun. I think there's too much for it still. I know it's like something that obviously they're going to try to refute because to some people it is deemed as what's the word again? Something science or BS science?
Junk science.
Junk science. The wind blew it there. Absolutely. Got on its little magic carpet. Put it there. The DNA evidence what is this? If they have DNA evidence of him at the scene, he's cooked. Well, I don't believe that they have DNA evidence at the scene. This wasn't a DNA case prior to Richard Allen getting arrested, Death Valley. So, so should they have got clothing, his vehicle, or anything that has, something of the girl's
Right.
blood on?
And it's important to note, would Richard Allen's DNA be on file? When he spoke to the conservation officer, did he give DNA? We don't know those things. In Indiana, I know when you get a gun permit, do you have to give a DNA sample or just a fingerprint? I would assume you don't have to give an actual DNA sample for a gun permit. That sounds ridiculous to me. But
No.
a fingerprint maybe.
Yeah. I think it was in 2017 or 18 is when you were, what was it? I remember something like when you got arrested. There was something about having to give DNA or something.
For a felony.
Yeah.
But Richard Allen's only charges in the past have been,
Yeah.
what was it, like a driving thing?
Yeah.
That's what I assumed. Chaotic.
Mhm.
But
So, what do you guys? Did you guys listen to Murder Sheets yesterday?
yeah, I didn't listen to it, but I did hear that they posted a very cryptic message last night about something, some big revelation possibly coming out today.
Well, I noticed that they were talking about like almost like as if somebody else is getting transported there, like like a witness that's in jail already, possibly that's being
Right.
transported because there was like 2 transports or something.
There were, which was odd.
You know what? The thing was is that I'm not gonna lie. I remember seeing the transport, the next one that came out, the second one, and I just remember going, huh, like
Right.
why again?
And I questioned, when I first read it, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. It's fine.
When I first read that, I thought to myself, oh, was the first one just the motion, and then the second was the actual order? But no, when you read them, it does look like 2 different orders. So that is interesting. And if you remember back to the
Hey.
was it last month? There was like the letter written by an inmate,
Yeah.
and we don't know what that was.
Yeah. Hey.
So I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. Go ahead, finish off your sentence. And hey, Devil's Hop Yard.
Hey, Devil's Hop Yard.
Yeah.
It very well could be that there is, that this is going to involve. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. This is going to involve a second party. I mean, we keep hearing that. So, are we going to get confirmation of that today?
Maybe that's what the, like I said, maybe that's what Murder Sheets was talking about. Anyways, let me go to this quickly. Devil's Hop Yard. For anyone that doesn't know, Devil's Hop Yard had the video footage that I used religiously to try to find out what was at the crime scene exactly. And then eventually, I went and to the footage myself of the actual helicopter, and I could see still the crime scene there because I wanted to start fresh from myself because I could only take those pictures so far, right? And then I was like, let me go do it myself. So anyways, I want to tell you that I truly appreciate that. That now I think it was moved over to Delphi Confidential, if I'm not mistaken. And Devil's Hop Yard took it off, and it was moved over to Delphi. I think it was Delphi Confidential. Anyways, regardless, dude, I freaking lived with that thing for about a good year and a half, maybe a little longer. And then I thought, you know what, I want to start from scratch and go do it, see if I can get a different angle, of the crime scene and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm going to wait one day and hopefully let's see if my eyes are deceiving me because, I can make out some. I can definitely make out. I can definitely make out the knife in one of the victims. That's a given. Whether it's a knife or whether it's some sort of swarty type blade or whatever it is, that I can make out. I can make out a few of those around the crime scene. Still not convinced that that's a bunny though, or well, it's not a bear. Looks like a bunny if anything, because it looks like it has an ear. Um, there's definitely stuff there. Uh, I can make out what looks like cameras. And anyways, so just want to say that if it wasn't for that, like that's what I focused on for the most part. Like meaning I focused on stalking people's Facebooks, definitely, just to try to find connections or whatever. And of course the material, right? But the biggest focus was I always figured that if you understood the crime scene, it might help understand what the reason was or what the deception was. I always felt that if anything, it was the crime scene. If you didn't know who the BG was, you could maybe, but you knew that, say, certain people's names are like the Palladinos, let's just say. Hey, I was looking at Mark Palladino's case file, not on Indiana Free Court Records. Okay, like father, like son. This is where Mark Palladino, you were a bad parent. His list, you just got to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and you're just like, dude, like how many crimes have you done? It was so lengthy. Like seriously, I had to scroll down a few pages. Back in I think 1994 area. For him is kind of when at least he got caught first anyway, one of the two. So let's see, they don't take everyone's DNA. No. There was a change, Mustang. I remember reading about it. I'm just not sure what it distinctly says anymore.
Right. Hey, Mrs. E. Welcome to the channel.
Hi, Missy. I like the Devil's Hop Yard.
Yeah, I mean, what Joan is saying there on the daughter tournament, I mean, if anyone remembers, I mean, I know I was told that, the daughter is going to play a very pivotal part in the case with Richard Allen. I don't know if that's true, but I was told that by someone that I think would know. But I wouldn't believe it until it comes to fruition. So
yeah.
I am curious though, Sonny. When we were just talking, what do you think the revelation is going to be today, if there is one?
It would probably. Well, I don't think if he gets moved, that will be a shocker.
No, I mean the quote was that it would change the way we view this case, right? Isn't that what Kevin and Anya said? Something along those lines.
Revelation, whatever it said. I have the thing.
Well, there was another one this morning that they posted.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay.
That said, we are here at the Carroll County Courthouse in Delphi, Indiana, to cover today's suppression hearing in the case against Richard Allen. It may be a long day in court. We expect some potentially major revelations that could change how we view this case. No guarantees of that, of course. Given the nature of making a podcast, we may not release anything until this evening, but rest assured that we will try to ensure our episode has analysis and detail, and that we get it to you as soon as we possibly can. And I know that once they report out on it, I think that it will be thoughtful and informed. I know they're not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm curious, what that means, the way we view this case.
Well, the way we view this case.
Right. will there be a revelation, or will it be a nothing burger?
Well, part of me was like, are they using those words? Like how people use words to kind of put a hint in there. You know what I mean? Like a subliminal message in there. Well, I'm gonna hope that they bring somebody into court that we don't know of, that's in jail, and that had to do that had to get transported with that secondary transport.
Could be. I mean, I think that that's logical. My mind last night when I first heard about this, it was right after we got off the live, and I had all these messages about it, and so I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with different ideas, and I mean, I know that my mind went everywhere from a second person being involved to what if there's a possible plea in the works. I don't think that's probably it. I do think that I do think there could be something trying to be worked out, but and then then I even went as far to think what if it has to do with not necessarily multiple people involved, but what if there's multiple crimes that we're going to find out about today?
Maybe.
And then I stopped myself because I was like, those three are all fantastical enough that I don't need to go any further down any of those roads until I hear something that gives me more concrete proof.
Maybe we'll find out that him and Kagan Klein were best buds after all, and sick, twisted. Well, it's already sick and twisted, both of them.
What if we're all going to find out Ron Logan's alive and he's going to show up at court today?
That's not going to shock me whatsoever. If somebody posted that on Facebook, then we all should believe that for sure. Yep.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, and Santa's real too. Yeah. Missy says, "Is it normal for Indiana to keep things so absolutely under wraps? I'm seriously curious if they left things out of the PCA. If so, why?" Yeah.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be uncommon that they left things out of the PCA. I mean, because remember, a PCA is going to have just is going enough, to have enough, for probable cause.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if all the evidence they had was in the PCA. And in fact, I'm sure that it was not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. People always need to remember that the PCA is just to, have enough information to push it forward. Really.
I still question whether there was an original version of the PCA and then an updated one, but I know there was a redacted one that came out later, but I wonder if the version we read was the actual first version or not, or if it was the charging document had different information in it.
Kevin says, "Why do you think after all this time LE still won't clear anyone?"
I don't. I mean, I don't think much about that. I think that's pretty common. I mean, I think people get hung up on that word "clear." I think they might say covered or looked at, but I mean, it would be, in my opinion, kind of dumb for them to come out and say 100% they someone's cleared until a case has been prosecuted.
In my information, it will be the ruling on the Westville own doctor's report. I think these will not be allowed.
Well, yeah, I would doubt those would be public. And I think there will be that's part of what they're talking about the suppression today with is, his mental health and things like that, which could go into part of the defense's strategy.
You can guarantee they told him to look meek and weary. That they told him to ride that for what it's worth today. You know it.
Right.
You're welcome. Hi, Ivy. From what I understand, it is common to, yes, out of the PCA, right? I mean, we always hear that all the time, but if you didn't know it, then yeah, that's very, very common. Sleuth anon.
I like the penguin.
Mm.
Yeah, and exactly. You know, I mean, I knew there wouldn't be DNA taken, but a fingerprint, yeah. But
No DNA was taken
You know.
with handgun purchase in Indiana. Just a FFLA form, which isn't right. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Why would they put everything in the kitchen sink in Ron Logan's and not Richard Allen's?
Well, if you remember, that was a search warrant application,
That
and
is
so
weird.
it was also a different time in this case, and it could be that they had to put everything in that Ron Logan's search warrant application to convince a judge they needed it, and with Richard Allen's, I think they had him with his own words saying he was there. They had the gun, so they didn't need all of that in the PCA.
Yeah.
They had plenty. Yeah, exactly. And it was also written by a different agency. The Ron Logan search warrant was written by the FBI.
Has to be the reports Westfield produced when Allen was admitted there. Talking about the mental health reports?
I would assume, yeah.
It won't clip right. It's not a definitive statement, and that
Yeah.
would be a dumb thing to do.
Ivy and I are on the same wavelength there this morning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just kind of goes without saying, though, wouldn't you say? I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, they're not going to.
But people get so hung up on that word, that's the minutia of some of that is what always annoys me in this case, because people obsess over these little things that in my mind don't matter. And I'm not trying to be rude or dismissive when I say that, but I mean, I've heard these things about, well, no one's been cleared in this case, and we've heard it for years now, and I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're suspected of having any involvement. I mean, you could use that argument with anyone you wanted to say possibly had involvement. If you wanted to say Ron Logan possibly had involvement, you could be like, well, he wasn't cleared. If you wanted to say Kelsey German possibly had involvement, you could say, well, she wasn't cleared. And I mean, I think it's just, it's just not it's not an intelligent approach to a theory. And yeah, I agree. I'm sure they've cleared people. They're just not going to say it publicly.
Right. I don't think that there's been a break time yet, because I don't see anyone. I don't see Fox tweeting out or Bob Siegel tweeting out. So they probably haven't had a morning break yet. Well, let's see here. It started an hour ago, right? Yeah, started an hour ago. Oh, let me play this for anyone that hasn't listened to it again. Let me quickly play this again. Come on, where's the play button? Oh, watching.
Your big story of the day in less than 4 hours, key decisions in the case against Richard Allen. So right now, we know he's charged with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. But today, a judge is set to rule on what comes next in this case. Let's get to our Samantha Johnson, who is live in Delphi this morning. And Sam, you are planning to be inside of the courtroom in just a few hours. What can you tell us about what's on the docket today?
Yeah, we're going to break down exactly some of these key decisions coming up in just a minute. I also want to mention that this downtown area is now starting to come to life really in just the last few minutes. The police presence has increased. K-9 officers have already come through the scene here. You can even see a few people already lined up to make sure they get their spot inside this courtroom, because there are big decisions on the docket today that will shape the future of this case moving forward. And one of them that this community has been waiting for a long time. Judge Francis Gold is expected to set a trial date today. And we have learned that this could actually happen by the end of the year. We're talking about Richard Allen going to trial in the next 6 months. Also on the docket today, there's a motion to suppress ballistics evidence in this case. And that motion actually just came this week from Allen's attorneys, who say right now they question the science used by the state to connect a gun found inside Allen's home to an unspent bullet found with Abby Williams and Libby German. So today, Judge Gall will consider whether to keep that evidence when this case heads to trial. Now, we also know there is a private meeting set for today for the judge to talk with the prosecution and defense about bringing in expert witnesses that Allen's attorneys want to hire for his defense. The judge has to approve those witnesses because when they're brought in, they're paid for by public tax dollars. So that is a private conversation that will happen later today. That public hearing is set to get underway this morning at 10 o'clock. We also anticipate there will be a conversation about whether or not Allen should stay in a state prison or be transferred back to a county jail. You can read more about the details of that motion right now at WTHR.com. We, of course, do plan to be inside the courtroom for that hearing today, and we will have updates for you throughout the day, both on air and online.
I'll let it play out like that again. Let's see. Sultana, what did you say? I really hope that the state comes in and allows the public to feel more comfortable with an arrest.
Oh, I was muted, sorry.
I really hope the state comes in and allows the public to feel more comfortable with an arrest. Am I slow? What does that mean?
I really hope the state comes in. So are you saying you hope that the state produces enough of their case that it makes people more trusting that they have the right guy? Or am I reaching with that?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that meant, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's the typical.
I think I knew what you mean, but Charmaine says, I think it's typical police language. People look for, in this case, cleared cover. Then when they don't hear it, they read into the context. Well, of course, Charmaine.
Ivy Rose. I bet if Ari's wife kid was sleeping, if it was him or not on the bridge, all he was probably saying was, it wasn't me. It was RL or anyone. You know, again, let's just talk about that for a second. Hello, Woodson Farm. That's a different name.
It's funny. I just updated my Twitter and I was like, wait, that's us.
Oh. Let me put it this way. I'd be an absolute idiot myself if I couldn't make out that was my husband and his voice in those clothes on the bridge. I'd feel like when you've been married for however long they've been married for, I think it's, you know what it said? It said that they were married in 2018.
No.
I know.
I have their marriage. Yeah, no, we have their marriage certificate.
Anyways, yeah, I mean, they've been around the block and the corner and the freaking, whole city center for the time that they've been together, married. It's one thing to just see the person on the bridge. It's another thing to have a voice to go with it. I mean, at some point you gotta, don't you think? Like, come on. You would know your husband inside and out and sideways and backwards and behind.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we can tell ourselves a lot of things sometimes. Or, I mean, did Kathy know that he talked to the conservation officer? I mean, he placed himself there multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she did think he was there, but maybe she didn't think he had any involvement in any of this. And maybe she thought that was all, and, maybe because he had talked to that conservation officer and because they were still looking for, bridge guy, maybe she could convince herself, oh, well, they know it's not him. And they went on with their lives.
Well, no, I get that at the time. At the time, I get, you know, that. Not so much after the fact.
Right. But I mean, if you knew your husband had talked to authorities, had told them he was there, and they never ever followed back on it, would you still think
Well,
that? Or would you think, oh, no?
if there's one thing I can say is that the BG does have some sort of, either it's a microphone or something in front of his mouth there. You know, that's always kind of blocked the face a bit, is that item, because I know for a fact that he has headphones on. That's a given to me. Um and either, and I want to say it's like it could be a strap that's going here, because I can see this up there, but I see the headphones. Okay, so I don't know, like like people are going to be amazed when, if hopefully the truth ever comes out about really what that BG has on him. It's very deceptive. But the headphones was a given, even from the ISP picture. Anyone that wears headphones, and especially when they have the little microphone, but in his case it's on both sides. I should pull up that picture again. um Wife, what does Jeff say? Wife should long ago shut up, y'all. That's my husband walking on the bridge. Tell police sketch artists he can go home now. I would like to think I would know it was him. I mean, in all fairness, you'd have to be walking in someone's shoes, you know. And I don't know if she's the brightest bulb in the world, you know. That would be my one of my impressions. I don't know. She just kind of seems like a type of person, you know? I don't know. Let's just get her on this live right now and ask her. What do you think? You think she'll come on? She had, oh, I know she's probably underneath the gag order, I guess. To have him recognized because nobody else did either, and she's not the only one who was close to him. Um, well, that's just it. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but you can't compare your wife, though, to a stranger not recognizing him. To me, that's a little bit different level, you know? I mean, it's different from a stranger, but fair enough, Ivy. Like, nobody recognized him, But, I mean, your husband is a different story than just a stranger that sees him in CVS. But, like I said, she would know the clothing in a sense, right? More so, at least in my opinion anyway. The walk, even though that walk is very here, let me just take a half step. um but I mean, there's a difference between a wife and just a stranger. But in all fairness, none of Delphi placed him whatsoever. um mm, 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 mm. Scumbag Trav. I don't know why I keep thinking that says Scumbag TV or something every time I look at it.
Right.
One second. Ivy, if he was really involved, I bet he. Does anyone in here think that Richard Allen is innocent, by the way? Just hit one if anyone in here thinks that Richard Allen is innocent. Just curious. Who knows? I don't think he has a microphone. I think it's a balaclava. Hmm. Are you guys affiliated with a news agency, or do you have someone on the ground there? No. Um, I don't think there's anyone that's in the YouTube, at least in Delphi, that's in the. Well, I didn't Frank get his thing now? I think Frank got his thing, didn't he?
His
His-
oh his his
his press pass, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I want to go back to something. Devil's Hopyard says Alan told others he was there and went to the police and was cleared, and that is true. I mean, I think we were discussing the other day. There was a post that was on a comment from I believe it was a WTHR post that Jenica had shared on a Facebook group years and years ago, and on the 15th of February, someone that is a friend of Richard Allen's from JC's that he shot pool with commented on that article and said that the guy in the picture had been spoken to and cleared by police. And so, in my opinion, does that tell us that, Richard Allen already spoke to a conservation officer on the 15th of February of 2017? I reached out to that person, and I've not heard back from them, but they have not read my message. So, but I did find that incredibly interesting.
I'm here. I'm just look at some other questions for a second. I'm just trying to find something.
I feel all alone, Sonny.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Nope. You were muted.
Yeah, no. And then I muted myself. But anyways, I just said, if you could just look at the questions. I'm just looking for something for a second on there. That's all. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, because Frank's in the court there.
Yeah. I know. I was just messaging with Deb a few minutes ago, and I said, oh, I'm missing my Deb. I said, I wish we were all doing this together, and she said, I miss you too.
Oh, tell her I don't miss her yet. Tell her I don't. Okay. Just give me a sec, Adam. Just like I said, answer some questions.
Fine. Devil's Hopyard says that he contacted Ellie on the 13th or early 14th before the bodies were discovered. Then he made sure not to make contact with ISP FBI as it transitioned to a homicide investigation. Right. Yeah, I mean, I would be very curious. I mean, because the timestamp on the post that I saw was like 10:37 p.m. I think, something like that, on the 15th of February. And so this person that I've confirmed was a friend of Richard Allen's from JC's, was posting that that the guy in the picture that was released on the 15th had already been spoken to and cleared. Presumably, he was referring to Richard Allen. Ivy says, Devil's Hopyard, I agree. Even if they just never followed up, that would be what most people's assumption. Yeah. Mark says, Deb has been very entertaining this morning. Deb's always entertaining. I'd love to know how many people can come into the courtroom today. I'm assuming many were not media as well. I was told about 30 minutes before court started that the courtroom was only half full. I mean, I'm assuming that, a section of it was portioned off for family, but I don't think as many people showed up and are in the courtroom as a lot of people thought would be. Actually, a couple of people that I spoke to that are there were surprised by that there weren't as many people as they thought, at least 30 minutes before court started. Devil's Hoppier says, I'm not sure of his guilt, but I'm sure that Carroll County rushed to make this arrest. Devil's Hoppier, are you thinking that they did that because of the election? Because, I mean, rush to make the arrest is 6 years, or 5.5 years, whatever at that point. Doesn't seem rushed to me, but I get what you're saying. Maybe this is the same info Anna alludes to later, and it's known for a long time amongst locals and families. I think Anna is in court this morning. I was told that at least. And I was told Carrie had planned on going, but I don't know if she is there or not. Last I was told was that the person didn't think so. And again, I assume the Patties are there, but I've not gotten confirmation on that either. Cami says his wife's laugh seems like overcompensation to me. I think she just tries to control his mid swings, just a gut feeling. Right. And Cami, I mean, even if we, I was told that she was even giggling in court this morning. So, I mean, maybe that is a characteristic of her personality. Some people giggle and laugh to compensate for, stress, anxiety, all sorts of things. Sleuthanon says, rushing to make an arrest can be for a host of reasons. If they catch him trolling via surveillance, he's got a live victim online he's about to meet, they're aware of. Yeah, exactly. Ivy says she was pretty laughy with her daughter also. Yeah. And if you watch any of those videos even, or, from her social media, I think she seems like a giggly person. So just because she was giggling in court this morning or before court started this morning doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just could be a characteristic of her personality. Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, you can still find that post by, and if you look at that person's name, you can connect him to Richard Allen through shooting pool at JC's. Mrs. E says, "How do we know for sure if Kathy was laughing?" We don't know that for fact. I was text messaged that this morning from someone in the courtroom that is sitting behind Kathy Allen, that she was giggling, and it was not during the hearing. It was it would have been before, but I didn't hear it myself, so I don't know. Devil's Hoppier says, was the round found on the 14th? If not, isn't there contamination issue on people were able to get down to the crime scene area between the 14th and the 3 times law enforcement returned to the crime scene? That's a very good question. We were just having this discussion. Was that yesterday, Sonny? About the person that said they found something that was bloody and shiny, and we were talking about whether it could be the bullet, whether it would be important to know when that bullet was found, because it was said that it was found between the girls.
Right.
So,
I mean, if we took which one sounded more logical, obviously it would be that they found it that day because they said it was between the girls. That would seem more likely. I'm thinking perhaps, if anything, that she did find a shiny object because there is a bunch of physical evidence there. And it could have been something small that was shiny, maybe not the bullet. It just seems more logical that the bullet was found that day, but
Right.
maybe there was another one. Who
Right.
knows?
Sleuth and Nod, yeah, they were allowed to have their phones before court started, so they can have their phones, they just can't have them on. And so, like when I was told that before the court hearing started this morning, people could still have their phones out.
Yeah.
But once the hearing started, no one is allowed to have their devices
I
on.
think it was they weren't allowed to have them, like, use them on the second or third floor, only
Right.
downstairs. I just hold on. Let me just take this off. I'm just gonna pop this up. Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
I'll be right.
So, yeah. Okay, no problem. So, I mean, this right here is part of a microphone set. I don't know what else somebody would want to call that because it's like literally. So can you, like, meaning besides, of course, like I said, when you're working with pictures, no different than Devil's Hop Yard, the video and stuff like that, and you're trying to make imagery out of something, stuff like that. It's not exactly easy stuff to do, but I mean, this is probably the best shot I could give to show you that what you see and what you get are two different things. So because I dive into this more than just the average person, like I said, to me, you can see the headphone in the ISP picture, first of all. And that's probably what actually made me look at it more intensely there, because I could see like a headphone set. Now, that is on that side. So whatever you want to make of that, this is definitely, to me, right here. This is like whatever your microphone, whatever it is, camera, whatever this is. Either way, now I'm going to take you to an old picture. So what's that then on his ear if that's not a microphone or a headset? I know it's a headset, but it's only for me to determine that myself. So I'll just take you to an older picture. I have to put them in different colors, right? Now this one probably gave me the best shape, and that's on his ear. Okay. So it's hard to understand this a little bit for some people who don't, but this is the hat that he's wearing here. But BG has something behind his back. And if you actually just watch the video, like the video on ISP, if you watch right behind his head, you'll constantly see this thing come up. So that's just me capturing that thing at that point. But the point was to show the headphone. And then obviously on the other side, it's round here too. But like I said, you know what? It's totally up to you guys. Think what you want. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we just want truth and justice. If I zoom in, this is the thing that's on the neck. I always deem this as a mask. Again, only because it has like nostril things, but that I'm just giving you guys the shape just to look at it closer. But that's that thing that's underneath of his neck. Like there's the nose right here. That's that headphone thing I was speaking about. And right here is that piece that you could see. But anyways, looks like a ghost on there. Anyways, let me come back to chat because I can't even see. Anyways, hold on. I'll go back to this one. It's kind of crazy when you can literally see his eyeball, his eyes. But yet, there was never. So, okay, let me explain this picture. This was a gentleman that had been doing, whatever you want to call it, photography, works with pictures, whatever. So he took the BG's face, and he was from a Facebook group, I remember. And he's like I'll just say some nerd guy, because obviously, like for me, he's a nerd because he has this whole math stuff of what he did. But he basically moved the nose over and the mouth back into alignment to where they belonged. But for me, so yeah, I mean, it helped. Meaning maybe you guys could make Richard Allen out of that more so. But at the time, we didn't know. But for me, it was about like what's on his head and why is he wearing headphones? What's on his arm? What's on his, what's down the side of his leg there and stuff like that. That's what I just like the Devil's Hop Yard for the crime scene. I was interested in that stuff because it's kind of for me, I always just felt like if you knew what was going on, perhaps, or what was at the crime scene, maybe some questions could get answered back then, you know. But since Richard Allen's been arrested, I'm just more playing the waiting game of wait to see. I can only take pictures so far. Nobody's going to provide any new information besides what comes out in court and stuff like that, or once we ever, know more about what happened to Abby and Libby. So after a while, there's Digger. Hey, buddy. I agree with the headphones and the object behind his back possibility. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that one, you don't even have to mimic. You could literally just watch that from the ISP site and literally see the object come up. At first, I actually thought, Digger, because the way that the image captured it, I actually thought it was like a bow, like a compound bow or something like that. Over time, for me, I just believe it's a camera that he has, basically a camera, and he has headphones. And again, it just becomes a wait and see. Where was I right? Where was I wrong? I would like to know that after all that, work of putting into it myself. But, most importantly, it will always first and foremost be about Libby and Abby getting the justice, and who's ever involved. I just worry about that. I do worry that because it's been this long, how much did they fudge it up, and how much evidence was lost because they were so focused on Ron Logan, and they called off the dogs, and everything to me that went wrong did go wrong with Abby and Libby's case. It's like just everything seemed like to me. So I do worry that the full justice might not come through, but I'm just waiting and seeing. It's going to be what it's going to be at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if it's Abby and Libby or anybody else. You just want the people that are involved in such heinous crimes, that take the lives of another person, and that it's not some sort of self-defense, barring that, that they're held accountable, all of them. Look at Nicole Bowen, right? You got Derek Kurtz, 55 years, Ashley Garth, 48 years, and you have, Parker and Chris Mathis that got a measly 5 years, and it was just like, well, what the heck? That's nothing, because then they get halftime and stuff like that, and days, whatever. And then Chris Mathis, the idiot, gets out, and he's back in there till like freaking 2027 or whatever it is, because of meth charges again. Like, that guy can't stay straight if his life depended on it. But he was, he was part of Nicole Bowen's, and the fact that he helped dispose, of Nicole Bowen and stuff like that. But I just think I think that the court system can really make victims, even victims all over again. And just like this court case, it's going to take, probably a long time before it happens, because of all the different motions to move things and this and that. And, I feel bad for some of those families out there that have to spend like 5 years to 10 years going to the court just because they want justice for their child or husband, or wait and see. That's pretty much all I've been doing now. Like I said, before Richard Allen was arrested, Digger, everyone's trying to figure it out. But now for me, it's just, okay, I did my work. I took it to where I could do. I felt like I was at a dead end. That Richard Allen, his social media presence is virtually next to none. And there's just nothing else to really try to find out for me. I've done what I needed to do, and now I'm just waiting to see, how it plays out.
Right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I went and got another coffee.
Jeff says, let's see. When I watch BG video play over and over, all I can make out is that he seems to have a hooded sweatshirt under the jacket, bunched up around his neck. Um, I personally don't like. I believe that he has a hoodie on, but I don't believe that you can really see it that well. Um, anyway, look at that, you guys, and I'll grab that video from ISP, the BG one, just for the sake of it. Unless there's been a break. Let me just see if there's been a break. 1 second. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything updating. If like they must be gonna have a break soon, I would think. No, not really seeing it. Fox News, you got anything? No, nothing for that. So give me a sec.
Inspector Gidget says, Missy, Abby's mom has confirmed they say something like he's got a gun, and the PCA confirms gun was said. Mm-hmm. Hey, Carol. Sorry, I was reading two different things at once, so I was quiet. And I think Sunny is pulling up the ISP video. Are you talking, Sunny, and we can't hear you?
Yeah, I was talking and I obviously muted myself.
When I saw the cursor moving around, I was like, oh, she's talking.
Yeah, I like to do that every now and again. Just stop for a second, talk to myself. It's pretty much how it goes. Okay, so what I was saying was, if you're like, we'll play this a couple of times because it's only very short. I do have extended versions, but I'm too lazy to go try to even find where those are. But just look behind the hat here. Let's see. Okay, right here. Okay, guys, it's not the tree. Watch it. See how it comes up behind his head when he's walking? Hence why I get those images of the camera. Actually, if you stop, see, like this is his head down, obviously, right here. Oh, shoot. Can you guys see the headphone set? I'll play it again. Hold on. It goes so quick. Can you see it? Okay, it's starting to form right here, okay? Right here. So behind his head, it pops up. Like I said, I have so many images. You guys, I got about 70,000 images. I'm not even kidding. But see? So behind his head here, but I'm trying to capture that headphone. Right there, guys, okay? So if I screenshot that. But if you walk, like I said, if you keep looking behind his head there. Still want to know what that stupid thing is on his left side hip. It's some sort of, I don't know, weird kit or something. Anyways, if you guys, it's not a tree, guys, but if you guys look, right? I mean, hence why I said, so see, there it is. Haha, got the peak of it right there. But usually with these, you have to manipulate, like with the colors, in order to bring it to life, just so you can make out what the heck it is. Remember where he makes like his mouth goes down? Oh, there we go. There's a good shot. There's headphone here with that piece coming out. Okay, there's a headphone, and then this is the other one. So, I mean, again, make of it what you want. I'll just screenshot that. Not like, and if you guys look at his jacket too, you know, like he has a couple jackets on. So, you know, like right here, like for me, from anything I've ever researched with this the BG, this is a camera thing or something that's going on here. I like there's a way better close up than that. But his jacket right here, you guys know like how a windbreaker is in the front. Remember you guys when you opened up a windbreaker and then it droops in a sense? That's always what I've seen kind of right here, but this isn't the best picture to show. And he definitely has something that's on his arm. Not sure what that is either. God, when you spend 2 years on this shit, you know, and you still can't figure lots of it out, it sucks. But whatever. Hopefully one day, maybe one day we'll know. Other than that, I'm going to hit stop screen and go back there. A present. So let me just, here, hold on. Let me just bring those in for a second. Just those pictures I took. See if it made a difference for you got anyone to see closer. Okay. So, I mean, obviously the bigger we make this, but this is the headphones here. This is that thing, item, we'll call it, behind his back. And that's why it gives off like this, you know, like as if someone pulled up the top of a hat look, kind of. And let's see. That was a good shot. But right here, like I said, it's really hard to explain it if you don't look at pictures all the time. But hopefully you guys can make out like the indent in the hat is right here, of the baseball cap and headphones. I believe that this is like some sort of camera of something. It's something. It's an electronic device of something. And what did that one show? That one just showed the point of it. But there was never one point in the video that you could literally get one solid image of the BG. There, like nothing that was ever shown to us anyway. Okay. The headphone is a shadow.
Hey, Sunny, I'll be right back. I've got to take care of something. It's an emergency, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, again, Debbie, it's one of those things. I'm not here to convince you that they're headphones. If you think it's a shadow, I like I said, for me, I spent like over 2 years looking at these things in depthly. So if you think it's a shadow, then so be it. It's neither here nor there, because it really just becomes about what we each believe and what we each see, and Abby and Libby. It just becomes about Abby and Libby. That was the whole point. Trying to figure out the BG, trying to figure out the crime scene, hence the storyline, or the timeline. You know, it's all been very confusing. You guys know that. It's basically a mind F, the Delphi case. Like, you know, like, why isn't Kagan Klein, like, why wasn't there an arrest there? But why is there all this stuff to show that it's likely that he communicated? Well, he did communicate with the Anthony shots, with Libby's. You know, he did say he was supposed to meet her. Didn't say that day, though. You know, why is all those things that are gearing towards that look like he's part of Delphi? I still believe he is. But we haven't seen any other arrests. So You know, why choose this? Why did the why did they choose only the small portion of the BG video to share? Would love just to give it 10 more frames. I know. Well, that's where people got hooked up on that whole gate thing as well. I mean, really, it's like so fast. Um, if the video shows BG pulls out a gun and it's a 40 cal SS, isn't that the whole ball game if the ballistic evidence stands? Well, absolutely, right? And we know that, I mean, I think it was Anna, um, like, meaning there's the part that they took out, one of the parts was about like the gun, so you're right, devil's hop yard on that one, you always know that they have so much more than we do, even if it took them this long, regardless. Like Doug Carter said in his last interview, we gained significant evidence. So I'm like I said, do you guys, I put out that video. Um, Most people back then when we watched it, even the news people, agreed that Doug Carter, I myself felt like Doug Carter seemed extremely more self-assured, and he puts in these little snickers almost, you know, that he does, but he was very self-assured in that last interview that he did, that even the news people were commenting on it. And that one guy says, I've dealt with police, police interviews and talking to them and stuff like that. He goes, I believe there's, you know, knows a lot more, obviously. So I wonder back then if he knew of Richard Allen, if that information was gleaned or whatever word he used, I don't know. Like I said, it's just my brain thinking, that Kagan Klein did offer up something. Wabash shirts happened from Richard Allen, and Doug Carter's. When you look at it in hindsight and go back and listen to that interview, in hindsight's always 2020, sadly. Anyways, what was? Oh, I was gonna go look. I guess Indy sent a video to it's a criming shame. One second, criming shame. Let me just go look at my Gmail there for a second. Come on. Oh, okay, it's not a video. It's a bunch of pictures. Let me just grab these for you guys. These look awesome. He does have video for sure, because he's always doing. By the way, Indy, if you do happen to see this, I love your drone footage, dude. Okay, yeah. Let me share these with you guys. It's better than staring at the BG. Okay. Is he in here, that little banana boat? On there. Yeah, he has to be in here. Wonder if that's him right here. I just see yellow. What else we got? Oh yeah, that's him right there. Right? Or maybe not. I thought that was a hand. That's got to be him, right? Yellow banana boat. Wow, that looks like a Brinks truck. Like, look at it. Never got up that close to one like that. There he is right there. Can you guys see this okay? Here, let me take myself off the screen so you guys can see this better. Hey, Jeff. I feel like you need one of these little yellow submarine outfits. Let's see. He's got, yeah, and shackles there at the... I don't know why, guys, but every time I look at those type of pants, I can't help but think of MC Hammer. He's got his chains. Little flip-floppies. Same thing. Is that Doug Carter? No. I thought it was Doug Carter for 1 second.
I think that isn't that Tobe?
Is that Tobe? Did he lose weight? Or no, or is he just...
Yeah, I think he's lost weight.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to take care of something. I might have to do it again, so I apologize.
Yeah. Did you see the pictures?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like... Good pictures, Indy. Nice, clear, crisp. Crazy, eh? My older sister did this stuff. She transported between the jails and stuff like that. That's probably must be him here, right? Yellow Submarine. Yeah. Whoops. I'll take that one out. I was... Well, he doesn't... Well, I don't know, Adam. He has that white shirt on, I think. You know, the one with the stain. I don't know.
The one with the stain was red.
I was watching a video the other day, and someone made a great point that if they would have left Abby in the pic, you have a reference point for height. Well, I mean, the thing is that there's already the jail picture. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, there is the jail picture, which he's basically just under 5'8", and if you take his shoes off, he's probably like 5'7". You know, 5'7" and a quarter. Let's give him 5'7" though, just to shorten him up a bit.
Right. I'll say 5'6" and a half.
No, you're the one that said 5'8".
No, but I mean, I think 5'6" and a half is probably much more accurate.
Yeah. Well, you know, if he's 5'6" and a half, you know, like I would lie too and say I was 5'7".
Well, you'd think, yeah.
I mean, if I was being honest, I'd be like, okay, 5'2 3/4, okay, but I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna be like 5'3". R.A. saying can't touch this for a long time. Yeah, he probably looked at his wife. Can't touch this. Did it? Carol. No, I live several states away. Adam, can you just check to see if they're on break or anything yet? Or I guess I could I mean, they got to be on break soon here. Oh, okay, there is. Wait, what's this one? I don't recall seeing. Oh, maybe I seen that one.
Doesn't look like I'm not seeing anything about a break yet. Although, I mean, I would assume 12 or 12:30 is when they'll probably break. Granted, they didn't start till 10, so maybe 12:30 or 1.
Yeah, hold on. Let's just see here.
I'm gonna say 12:30.
Yeah, it's just the same stuff. Guys. Let's see. Go back to the stream here. He looks taller there. Well, he's beside a woman, right? And she's not overly tall. Let me come back on that one.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I mean, again, he's somewhere between 5'6" to 5'7", guys. I mean, that's from the jail picture. You know, where they have the height thing beside it. I rose. Life got in the way. I've been switched off for a while. Yeah, Carol. He's taller because the BOP was told to walk him in with the shortest guards, probably. I mean, he was bitching about his clothes. You guys, so do you guys think that he's gonna get transferred? What do you guys think? He shouldn't be near females. I mean, it's hard to keep remembering that he's innocent until proven guilty. Eh? Carol, completely understand. Hope everything is well over there. Absolutely, Carol. But do you guys think that that the judge is going to allow him to transfer? I kind of have a feeling. I feel like I want to say yes. I'm saying during the search for BG pre-arrest, meaning people would probably be like, "Damn, that dude is short," meaning not cropped or zoomed. Yeah. It's funny because he's more the size that he was back in like 2016, 17 and stuff before he got all pudgy wudgy there. Do you guys ever wonder if he just packed on weight because he packed on weight, or do you guys think he was trying to actually not look like the BG? But even though people always deem the BG as, well, they always kind of said, like, people saw it's typically where that the BG had thin legs and the clothes just made him look, heavier than what he really was. But remember, they deemed him as like 180 to 200, I think it was, or what was it, 180 to 200, or is it 180 to 220? I think it was 180. I can't remember. It's like 180 to 200 or something like that. When really he's just a short dude. Like, he was probably, in those later pictures, he was probably about 200 and something there. But as BG, looking back at his regular pics, I'd probably place him in that 165. I don't know, like 165, 75 area, maybe. Yes, he's innocent until proven guilty, but they must have somebody. Oh, absolutely. Well, again, it's really guilty until proven innocent. In all factuality, you wouldn't be sitting in jail if they didn't have what they felt was, sadly, there's people that sit in the system now that, of course, don't belong there whatsoever. Okay, sorry. Just looking at a message on my thing. I think that's what he's claiming about his treatment is true, but it seems like that sort of treatment is a systematic problem, so not sure if the judge will care. Yeah, I agree with that, Ivy. I get what you're saying. We do have to treat people well. At the end of the day, my thing is this is still that everyone's still a human being, regardless of the bad crap that you do. You know? And I do think that in the system, you know, that definitely a lot of stuff happens that we don't necessarily see or know about. This is where, again, unless you've been in prison, like, this is where I really miss Blaine, just to say, hey, Blaine, like, come on the live and tell us all about it, you know? I know one thing that Blaine and Andrew had said was that they would rather be in, like, the state prison than county jail, because at least in, like, prison you get your more of your freedom versus sitting in a county jail. I'm not arguing that he's innocent, but all they need is probable cause, which is fairly low bar. Right, exactly. But the DA deems as his time is probably a high bar. It's kind of scary. Yeah, my internet went off for about 20 minutes. Did it? I wonder if Liggett will show. Well, remember, oh no, that was for Kagan Klein's. I'm getting them mixed up now. Yeah, he's guilty, but PJ Jensen says he will prove. Yeah, well, good luck to PJ Jensen. He's okay. So PJ Jensen guy, PI. I mean, I've seen the guy talk on some, it's kind of like, he tries to, go on those court TVs and different things and make himself a name and stuff like that. But him and Chris Todd, uh, the guy that wrote the book, that said that Ron Logan did it. Um, I mean, like I said, I don't know what planet they're still living on if they think that Ron Logan did it, but it's their planet, and if they want to live there and think that Ron Logan did it, then that's totally up to them. One, you got a book to sell for the one guy, and the other guy, like I said, you know, um, I mean, hey, like I said, they want to think that, but Chris Todd and that PJ Jensen guy, like basically work together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Jensen's a crackpot. I'm just gonna say that.
You know what? I was trying. You know what, Adam? Honestly, I was trying to be nice about it all. I mean, I've watched him, and like I'm not like I don't want to take away from the dude.
Yeah, but he needs called out for his bullshit.
Well, is it bullshit or is he just that?
I mean,
like in all fairness, but I've listened to him talk, and I mean, with knowing that I'd heard a lot of things from other people, but I like to judge, by myself and stuff like that. I mean, I've listened to him talk. He talks like a turtle. I'll grant him that. He talks very slow. But I didn't find him to be a crackerjack. I just to me, anyone that thinks that Ron Logan is BG needs a new set of eyes.
He's pushing a narrative that I think he knows isn't the case, which means he just has no moral compass whatsoever, in my opinion.
Right, and I'd have to, like I said, I've seen him a couple times, not for very long, but
right.
But that's probably the part that gets me is when people are pushing something, like especially like channels, when they push a narrative, they know it's bullshit, but they're doing it for a click view type of thing, and they know that what they're pushing is a bunch of bogus crap, but it's getting them subs and views and clicks, so they're going to feed off of that. It's not the way I personally work, but that's kind of what the whole Ron Logan thing is. Chris Todd needs to whatever with his book, right? I mean, I would think that it kind of fell flat on its face, I'm sure. I mean, talking about unlucky, that guy, right? Like talking about releasing your book just before the BG's arrested. It's not like it was out a year. It was just a very short time. Stephanie, that's not at all true. Again, I'm not arguing that he's innocent, but an arrest does come close to proving guilt. There's plenty of innocent people who are charged with crimes. Oh, I'm not sure what you guys are talking. He wouldn't be walking there now if he was innocent. I'll agree that that's not really a correct statement. Just because there are tons of people that are put in jail that are innocent, but guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty to me, just because after he's arrested, then you can literally go back to the BG on the bridge, and then go, you little shit. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? And nobody, not even the people of Delphi, nobody had an inkling who he was. Maybe there was the odd person that knew that he went to the bridge and thought about him. It does make you wonder about the Richard thing.
Well, I mean, no, and I mean, I have a Facebook post by someone saying his initials RA in a Facebook group, and before his arrest, and someone said Richard Allen, and they said yes. But they were throwing a pretty wide canvas as far as looking at people in the community. So I don't think they even knew that they had the right person at that point.
Yeah. Jeff, you sending me the 48 still shots? Dear. I think that might be. Yeah. Okay. Let me just bring those in just to go back over those. I'm sure some of you guys that looked at the BG and more intensely remember this. All the different steps, you know, so crazy. Like it's really it is. It's so crazy how it's like it's that feeling of when you can almost make something out. You know, you can see like pictures. First of all, they always look better when they're in smaller version. So like if I was on my phone and I'm looking at a picture and I'm like, eh, okay, you know the witness on the documentary, for instance, when her face is in small version, you could actually make it out a lot more than when you're watching the video and it's all pixelated. And that's how I feel about these pictures. And like, you know what? To somebody looking at them right away, you know, you're gonna think some of these are kind of decently clear until you make them bigger. Because you can't make crap out of something clear unless you're underneath maybe a microscope like that. Um, but yeah, I looked at these for a while and then I took the best ones when I first started looking at the BG. Like, like I do have a good picture of his booties. Um, this thing right here, this thing right here. Okay, I know that this is some sort of round. I don't know if it's a watch. I do have an impression of that. It is round. Um, like I don't want to say, but yeah, like the face of a watch, like not a fully round watch, but it would be like like how it's square then comes round, like like those type of watch, not like round. Even though the reflection gives off that impression that it's round. But anyway, let's go back to the other one you sent, Jeff. Let's go. Okay.
Right. I just want to. My opinion, Kevin, is that Ron Logan had zero to do with it. I've always thought that, and I maintain it. Yeah, and I think that if he had anything whatsoever to do with it, law enforcement would have arrested him for it because they, for a while, I think, had that theory, and I think they tried pretty hard to prove it, and there was nothing there, so they couldn't. In my opinion.
Yeah. And just quickly, Jeff, are you referring to this picture or the 48 stills? Do you see anything in the darkened background photo I sent you? Well, once you tell me, sure. We have no idea if they have DNA evidence against R.A. You think he would have been charged with regular red rum if they had clear-cut evidence like that? Well, the thing is, again, the sheriff of another town that offered to help said they didn't have any DNA. And that was on a phone call that he didn't know he was being recorded. But he shouldn't have been saying that stuff anyway to people. And the other thing to go with that one, that's before he was arrested. The thing to go with that, Ivy, is what Adam has told us before about someone that's close said that there was no DNA, that it wasn't a DNA case. That was at the time. Who knows if it is now? once they raided his house. The darkened background picture. Well, right. Are you talking about this one? I see those two pictures. Who's messaging me now? I don't know who's messaging me. Who's messaging me? Did you send me something, Adam?
No.
That's somebody's Twitter.
Oh, that was the drone footage of Richard arriving this morning.
Okay. Getting trolled over on Frank's channel. Haha, Sunny already got them blocked here. Oh, I have about 1,000 at least people blocked. I don't put up with bull crap. You know, you either come and play nice or you get out of here.
Yeah. And Nadia, someone saw RA with blood going to his car. In the PCA for Richard Allen, it is said that a witness saw someone matching Richard Allen's description that was bloody and muddy walking down 300 at, I believe it was 3:57 p.m.
Yeah, you want this comment here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that has been said. The identity of that person has been speculated on, but I maintain that the name that's going around with that person is not the person. So I would be very interested to find out what that witness said and when they said it.
Yeah. And as for you, Jeff, no, I don't notice any substantial difference. It might seem it, but I don't see anything that well, maybe. I mean, maybe it does. I'd have to compare, but he just darkened it to make it a little bit easier, I think, to see. See, like, look at those. He's not, like, the jacket's deceiving on that one. RA charges are actually disgusting. Well, if he's guilty of what he did to those girls, he's I hate thinking about that part. It's so odd. I've told you guys whenever I've looked at like well, we can't really call them crime scene photos because they're obviously not official, but at the end of the day, to me what was done to those girls is just horrific. I mean, even one mark on a person. I girls can't remember names. Said we have DNA. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, but it's not what you would expect. Yeah, I take that as an animal DNA, right? If the hair of the animal DNA matched Ari's cat, I wonder how. Yeah. What do you think about that part, Adam, to this day? When they said, but it's not what you would expect.
I mean, the animal hair thing, always has, I would not be surprised at all if they found unknown animal hair.
Fibers, yeah.
Well, I mean, wasn't that in the Ron Logan search warrant that there was fibers or animal hair at the scene? Or am I completely making that up right now?
Yeah, they did find hair. They did find fibers. That's in Ron Logan's affidavit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, Ray. Inspector Gadget, that would be easy to explain away. Anyone visiting his house could leave with a cat hair.
Right.
Well, I mean, what's the chances? A bullet, a cat hair?
Right.
I mean, how many? Right. I mean, at the end of the day, the job will be for the, basically the prosecutor and that, just to give that reasonable, well, I guess the defense a reasonable doubt, but for the prosecutor, like people, like, do you know what I mean? Like, people aren't freaking stupid at the end of the day. If there's a cat hair that's at the crime scene that matches Richard Allen, and there's a bullet that he can't explain and he never lent out his gun, at the end of the day, juries aren't stupid. It's kind of no different than freaking Murdaugh. Freaking idiot. That guy deserved what he got because he's such a liar. I mean, he really, because of that, that, what was it, the TikTok? No, what was it, Snapchat? Snapchat, right?
Snapchat video, yeah.
Yeah, that really fried him. Well, he was fried anyway, but that sold, that was a huge impact on the case. Cat dog is a serious issue with litters. You have to exclude all the twin. Yeah, I was reading about that. Yeah, I was reading about that, Sleuth, and yeah, like it wasn't just as simple as, oh, here we can identify, like that's his cat hair. It was a lot more complicated than that. Like he's saying there, serious issue with leaders. You have to exclude all the twin DNA and track down all these animals, and they then exclude any of these people as potential alternative suspects. For sure, the bullet did it for me. Well, it will be very interesting to see when this day is over what comes of it. It's definitely going to be stuff to talk about, I'm sure. I would just like to start seeing some tweets, So are you saying, Adam, that the court wasn't as busy as what they thought it was going to be?
That was my understanding, was that, at least about 30 minutes prior to the hearing starting, I was told that the courtroom was only about half full, and and it's not a large courtroom, so I think that that was surprising to some people, but who knows, if some of those seats were all reserved for family, for people like that were coming in later. But I don't think as many people quite were there that as some of the people that are there expected, if that makes sense.
Just trying to. Which Twitter? Was it this one? I'll put this one up again. Yeah, we'll play this one again.
Charged with 2 counts of murder. Big story of the day in less than 4 hours. Key decisions in the case against Richard Allen. So right now, we know he's charged with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. But today, a judge is set to rule on what comes next in this case. Let's get to our Samantha Johnson, who is live in Delphi this morning. And Sam, you are planning to be inside of the courtroom in just a few hours. What can you tell us about what's on the docket today?
Yeah, we're going to break down exactly some of these key decisions coming up in just a minute. I also want to mention that this downtown area is now starting to come to life really in just the last few minutes. The police presence has increased. K-9 officers have already come through the scene here. You can even see a few people already lined up to make sure they get their spot inside this courtroom, because there are big decisions on the docket today that will shape the future of this case moving forward. And one of them that this community has been waiting for a long time. Judge Francis Gold is expected to set a trial date today, and we have learned that this could actually happen by the end of the year. We're talking about Richard Allen going to trial in the next 6 months. Also on the docket today, there's a motion to suppress ballistics evidence in this case, and that motion actually just came this week from Allen's attorneys, who say right now they question the science used by the state to connect a gun found inside Allen's home to an unspent bullet found with Abby Williams and Libby German. So today, Judge Gall will consider whether to keep that evidence when this case heads to trial. Now, we also know there is a private meeting set for today for the judge to talk with the prosecution and defense about bringing in expert witnesses that Allen's attorneys want to hire for his defense. The judge has to approve those witnesses because when they're brought in, they're paid for by public tax dollars. So that is a private conversation that will happen later today. That public hearing is set to get underway this morning at 10 o'clock. We also anticipate there will be a conversation about whether or not Allen should stay in a state prison or be transferred back to a county jail. You can read more about the details of that motion right now at WTHR.com. We, of course, do plan to be inside the courtroom for that hearing today, and we will have updates for you throughout the day, both on air and online at WTHR.
Okay. On there. Put that back off to the side. I'll just let it play again, but with the sound off. Just for anyone that wants to stare at the banana boat. Wait, did I not hit play? There we go. On there. Yeah. I mean, Adam, are you back or no?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to try to bring up that one picture and then put Richard Allen's face beside it and then see what people think. Put him in. So give me a sec.
Okay.
Adam? Adam?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I was looking at to see if there's any updates.
Yeah, probably soon, eh? We would think that they would be taking a break right soon here, right?
Right. I would think so.
Okay. Just want to grab what's it, crime machine? Deb, he said he was.
Yeah, I'm hearing they're at lunch now.
Oh, okay. So let's see if there's any updates that come in. Stupid thing. Because we don't want that picture. We want a picture of him sooner when he was. We want this picture right here. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can flash. Spacing. No. Frank back live from hearing. Okay. I thought they canceled the bail bond. So did they put it in with the today's? She's not the video. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to put a picture. Callie says that Togue doesn't want RA in his jail.
Yeah, Cass County. So when they're talking about the transport, the request to transport him to Cass County, and the sheriff of Cass County has said no.
Yeah, right. I mean, 1 second.
And I'm hearing, am I hearing that Richard Allen has admitted that he was involved?
Was that the big shocker? That was like like that's kind of one that you thought about, like that perhaps that's actually I think that was the first thing in my mouth yesterday, but then realistically.
Right. I mean, we had discussed that last night.
Sorry,
Yeah.
in private there.
Sissy says Richard Allen made admissions, but the defense says it was due to his mental state. And that's exactly kind of what we were talking about last night, Sonny.
Say that one more time, Adam.
Richard Allen has made admissions, but the defense is saying it was due to his mental state, which is basically, you and I had talked about that last night when we were talking about, a possible plea or the insanity thing. And, even if he wasn't admitting to, unaliving the girls, that, maybe he admitted involvement.
Yeah.
And then, the defense is trying to get that thrown out because they know that's not good for them.
Yeah. That Tobe didn't want him in the jail star quilt. So I guess Frank shut down the live and went for lunch. That's what I guess I'm hearing. He's probably hungry. It's kind of, I guess maybe it's lunchtime then, eh?
Yeah, what I'm told is Allen made admissions about the crime itself, that he was involved while he was in the Department of Justice, and the defense claims it was all part of his mental state. And then Angela Ganotti says, breaking in court today, Richard Allen appears to have made incriminating statements connecting him to the unalivings of Libby and Abby. Prosecutor said he made an admission. Defense team says these admissions cannot be trusted due to Allen's mental state.
Oh, give me
More coming.
Right. See, this is where the system what a crock of crap due to his mental state all of a sudden. They can't be safe. Like, that's the part that gets me, right? Is that's where the system becomes a joke like that. Well, but the judge didn't make a ruling on it or nothing, right?
I don't know that. I'm like,
yeah, let me sorry guys, I was just about to do something actually. I think I just
there's the Angela I'm gonna tweet if you wanted to put that on the screen so people can read it themselves.
Okay. I'll put this up there for a sec. You guys, I gotta take the picture that he kind of looked like back then. So.
Hey Deb. Deb, you want to join us?
She's going to lunch too. You going to lunch, Deb? Yeah. Yeah, Deb, if you want to, it's totally up to you. Maybe she
wants to drop the link for her. Come on, Deb. You've done nothing this morning.
Hey, lazy, you can do it. I'm trying to get your thing down here. Let's see. Okay, we'll push that up. We'll put this up for a second so you guys can see it. I'm not even sure what Deb said, to be honest. Oh, hey, I didn't even show you guys it. My bad. Or if I did, I may have closed it off or something. Let me make that bigger. There you go. Here, let me make that even bigger. Let me take this down. So you guys can look at that. He's going to lunch and not telling us nothing. He didn't give you guys a rundown quickly? Frank, was the French fries worth it, dude? He didn't say anything? Yeah, I've been on a live with Ruckus since 7:30. I need some food. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. So right, in court today, Richard Allen appears to have made incriminating statements connecting him to the whatever, homicides of Libby and Abby. Prosecutor said he made an admission. Sweet. Defense team says these admissions can't be trusted due to Alan's mental state. What is mental state now, or because he's suffering because he's in freaking prison? Sure, his mental state was perfectly fine when decided to take the lives of 2 girls. I mean, but he's innocent until proven guilty, of course. So,
Right.
we have 2 teams in the courthouse, and we expect multiple decisions. In this link, you will see what Alan looks like now. Okay, so did you... let me go to Angela's. Angela. Note. Come on. Get over there. Let's click on. Oh, that's just an older picture. We've seen better pictures. Right. That one doesn't matter. So annoying. Wow. I mean, I guess his what was that sound? Did you drop for a sec? Heard a little pop sound.
No, I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah. I mean, people get hungry, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, if you only got a certain time limit, but he didn't drop anything. He didn't tell you guys anything, really. Oh, I guess probably he'll do another live later on. Thank you, Aspen. That's big news. So yeah. So what do you guys think about that? Like, I mean, that's something is totally shocking to us. You know, that he actually gave admissions.
Right. And maybe that's where the jailhouse letter came from. You know, maybe that was the admission.
The jailhouse letter, perhaps.
The inmate letter?
Yeah, the inmate letter. But thing is
and that, you know, hence that's what, you know, immediately then started all of this, you know, oh, he's withering away, and, you know, because now the defense really needs a strong argument as to get that thrown out.
Right. Of course. But the thing is that, you know, like, just if they're portraying like they're having mental issues now versus when it actually happened, was he seeking some sort of mental help back then? You know, was he taking pills back then? Like, how can you compare from then to now? Now, obviously, who wouldn't? I mean, meaning the normal person, unless you're a person that's a constant criminal and you're in and out of jail, but to a constant a person that's never really been in there, you know, he's, like I said, like he's turning into a little wallflower, really shriveling up basically. But back then, you know, you would think that there would have to be some supporting evidence to show you had some instability, mental instability or something. Right? Wouldn't you think? I mean, like, at the end of the day, you know, the whole system, you know, I mean, let me put it this way. I'll throw a freaking, like, an apple at my pillow or something. That's it, you know, if they sit there and allow that crap. Like, how could you deem somebody's you can't deem now what someone did in 2017? He's probably been freaking sweating bullets under it. Actually, no, he was probably laughing at the sketch for the first while. Actually, the second sketch is when he totally probably was like, oh my goodness, I'm home free, to be honest with you. Then when he was arrested, he was like, shit. I wonder how, like, if he's found, like, if he is guilty, okay? Well, I hate saying it like that, but okay. If he is guilty.
Right.
I wonder how much I wonder how much that was weighing on his psyche. You know what I mean? It depends if someone's remorseful or not remorseful. So I'm curious how much that would play. Like, if it every day, did he have nightmares after
Right.
it? You know, I mean, the
Yeah.
dude has a daughter.
And sleuth and I agree. I hate having to hear what happened through someone else's lens. I'd prefer to read exactly what the admission was, when and who was there, and how it went down.
There she is.
Hello.
Hey, Deb.
Hey.
What's up, rubber duck?
Oh man, we should have waited to go on at 10 because
Did you run out of things to talk about?
we were on at 7:30. I mean, we kept it going, but I was like, I had my notebook, and I'm like, what else can I bring up? And some really awkward segues, just because, like.
I get it. Yeah. Well, we were just talking. You know what? We were just talking about church and what we were gonna have for
Turn it
lunch.
sideways there. Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's all we were doing over here.
Yeah.
Callie instigated it all. Ray
Right.
was like, "Oh, Deb finally let me out of the dungeon." Yeah.
He's
I
on
know.
a lunch break.
Yeah. Sort
I
had a. Yeah.
I wanted to mention I'm wearing my
Oh, you're wearing
my
your shirt.
Flora
Yeah. Your
t-shirt.
Flora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you guys, if anybody wants a t-shirt or a sweatshirt, go to Meow's channel, Meow Zedong, and look for the link. It's the t-shirt's around $34, and the profit from it goes to purchase headstones for the little Flora girls. They do not have headstones at their grave, and I think that's just like a shame. And they're expensive, and the mom couldn't afford it. So.
Oh yeah.
So it's a great cause. So please do that. The goal is $2,000, and they're around $500 in donations right now.
Yeah. Well, with what Delphi got, that shouldn't be hard.
Right.
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 Exactly.
Maybe the Delphi fund can go over to them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know how that works legally.
Yeah.
But it looks like the firemen with the money, the Flora money that they received for the fire department, that's something they could do.
I'm amazed that Meow or whoever didn't start a GoFundMe. To try to help with that.
I'm not sure what else she's done, but this is what she chose to
do. Maybe she didn't want to do a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
I've read thousands of cases and appeals, etc. So, yeah. So, Frank didn't tell you nothing?
Yeah, he did. He said that Schroeder told the court that Tobe announced that he did not want Richard Allen in his jail.
Oops. Yeah.
And I'm sure he didn't want the responsibility for him being there.
Right.
No.
I did hear that Mike and Becky were there. Kelsey's there. Tara's there. Anna's there. I believe Carrie is there. No Derek and no Cody.
Right. And we've never seen Derek hasn't been at anything, has he? Was
No.
Carrie? Is Carrie not there?
I believe Carrie. Let me see if I can get clarification on that. Carrie is there. I'm told.
That's what I thought.
Frank has diabetes. He needs to eat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what eating. Well, I guess I don't know.
Blood sugar.
Depends if he's level 1 or 2, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to eat it. If you're diabetic, you're supposed to eat at certain times.
Yeah.
If you're level 1. Yeah.
And I'm told that Kathy Allen sobbed most of the hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy, that was who I was trying to think. Kathy Allen was there. At one point, somebody was saying that she was giggling, but when you're nervous, we do that. We do that when something's serious or we're nervous, we laugh.
Yeah, I was so sorry. Were you talking about the laughing there, were you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. She's just a giddy person, you know. I know I do that, you know, laugh too. Like, and then some people like look at you and you're like, look, you do you and I'll do me, okay? That's the way I deal with stuff.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Inspector Gidget says, sounds like the defense is trying to lay the groundwork for his admission being thrown out due to the great emotional distress. Does that mean he confessed to some extent? That is our understanding, is that he did make an admission of guilt to some extent, and the defense is trying to use his mental health to get that thrown out.
Yeah.
Right.
So what did you think about that, Deb? Like about the fact of said he made an admission, like
I think that's the jaw-dropping
thing that Murder Sheets was talking about.
Yeah. I think that's what they were talking about this morning on their
new revelation,
their latest. That was the revelation. I think they probably found out about it the night before somehow. I'm gonna put a tracer on them or something. Put one of those little Apple things on them to see where they're going, who they're talking to.
Yeah. Did you?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, did you go grab lunch? Did you go grab?
I just grabbed a handful of nuts, and I ran out to my garden and grabbed a handful of strawberries.
Oh, ooh! I had strawberries yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. Like fresh ones out of the garden are a whole different level.
Oh, I know, right?
So
I
good.
know.
Yeah. I was shocked. I was surprised by it, but in a way, it doesn't surprise me because I think he's probably, if he's that mentally messed up, then you know, all his bars are going to drop. He's not going to be holding on to all of the evidence.
Well, Deb, like what we were talking about is this. What happened in 2017, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, if he had no pills, no anything to show he had mental health issues. Oh, where'd she go? Deb?
I'm sorry. Frank was trying to call me.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Did you need to answer that? Deb?
No, let me message him. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, so versus obviously when somebody's been in prison now, and obviously, you know, he doesn't like being there. So, you know, he's lost a lot of weight now. And, you know, I mean, obviously no one's, you know, going to be at their best when they've been in prison for a while. But meaning, like, to me, how could you throw something out unless you had something to back up from 2017 that he had mental health issues? Of course, he probably has mental health issues now going on. Probably has anxiety. He probably has a bunch of shit. You know, if he did the murders, then obviously, you know, he probably has that nightmare every day that he did that and stuff like that. Maybe he doesn't. So that would be my thing on that. Like 2017 versus 6 years later.
Exactly. But he has to be psychologically able to face the court now.
Right.
And if he's not, then they have to put him in treatment until he is.
Right. Now that I understand. But what about the admission part? That they're trying to get that thrown out because the admissions can't be trusted due to Alan's mental state. So did he give those admissions?
Well, if something happens and he was in true psychosis or any other issue like that, then he could be hallucinating and thinking that he did it. I mean, I think he did it. I think he's admitting to it because his guard's down.
Right. And I'm told that they presented 4 witnesses, and that after lunch the state is going to be presenting 2 witnesses.
So what happened? So what do you got so far? So have they done the ballistics yet? I don't think so, right?
No, and the judge has said she's not going to issue a ruling. That has come out that she will not be issuing a ruling on the ballistics today.
Right.
WRTV was reporting that.
Okay.
And I sent you a screenshot of that, Sunny.
Did you send me another one?
Yeah.
I want to know exactly what constitutes an admission. That's right. You Google that, Melissa, and then come back and tell us. What are you sending me here? Okay, I'll just do this. Frank, did you have a good? I don't know. It must have been a fast lunch, probably.
Interesting. Apparently, as Andrew Baldwin walked by, Rick Merrill said to him, "Your client has Graves' disease because his eyes poke out and are so big."
Who said that?
Merrill and
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he has like my twin has those bulging out eyes.
That could be a thyroid problem.
You know. No,
Which I think Graves' disease is a thyroid problem. Rick Merrill said that.
Okay, so this one says, so Jeannie said at Bob's, reporting on the change in physical appearance of Delphi, homicide suspect Richard Allen, weak, shaking, frail, much thinner. Okay, so Deb.
Yeah.
What part of you thinks that they told him to act weak, fragile? Come on now, you know
Did you see the pictures of him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He is extremely thin and emaciated. So that alone. Is that what you're saying? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no. Okay. Well, let me put it this way. So, when I worked at the hotel, not the CEO, but the guy underneath of him, Slimeball. Okay, Eric was pretty chunky dude, just like Richard Allen looked like prior to losing the weight. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I next seen Eric, he looked pretty much like Richard Allen, and me and my husband were taken aback because we hadn't seen him in a while. He looked like he was a cancer victim when we saw him, and we were like, Eric, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I've just been eating right and doing all this and doing whatever. And so that's what Richard Allen reminds me of, because Eric, I mean, it was almost like I could put the two together and go, yeah, they both weighed this and now they look like this. But I was taken back because I literally thought that Eric had cancer or something, because he looked so thin and sickly compared to what I had seen. And that's how I feel with Richard Allen.
And it could be that he's just gotten thin, like you said, because we know that he's doesn't seem to be getting any donations, so he's not getting the extra commissary, and he would just be getting 3 meals a day, finger foods. They're not giving him any utensils. So he could just very well have just be losing weight, and at one point we've heard was refusing to eat. So it could in fact just be that he just got extremely thin, and that's why he looks like that, and they're telling him to act weak. We don't know. I don't know.
I was gonna say that, I sometimes I just think that this could be a little bit deceiving to the eyes. Like, definitely somebody's in a bouncy room where they can't hurt themselves. He's definitely going to lose weight because he doesn't have his booze, his cigarettes, his food that he's used to. So that's definitely, plus on top of that, who wants to be in prison? Of course his life's going to suck. So it all plays in. So I'm sure it's definitely playing on his whole psyche and stuff like that, for sure. Now, so I do agree, depending on what type of person you are, he looks, I'm sure that this has been a very rude awakening to find himself finally caught, if he is guilty, and sitting behind prison cells for, however many months now.
Right.
So I think it's a combination, but I definitely feel like even my brain too, right? If it's overtired, you start, feeling dizzy or hallucinating, I'm sure he feels weak. And he probably does have like who would want to be, like, I would be claustrophobic if I had to sit there in a darn ass cell. That I'm sure is not very big.
Oh, can you imagine the depression that would set in?
Absolutely.
And we know that psychosis does happen for people that are isolated like that. It's important. Steph did a whole amazing video on that, live on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it definitely could be that he is in that situation. And so therefore anything that he said could not be considered reliable.
You know,
unless what he said could be matched up with evidence they have.
Just quickly, Adam, PJ Second Chance is just coming in. She's saying she's late. Can you just give her a quick rundown?
Yeah, so I mean, court proceedings started this morning, and apparently the big shocker so far has been that in some capacity, Richard Allen has admitted involvement, and that the defense team is arguing that that was due to his mental health. I'm told that they're going to get into the actual, like, kind of more into the admission after lunch. I know that they presented 4 witnesses before lunch, and that I know they're supposed to present 2 witnesses after lunch. I think that I was just told that they're expecting court to last till about 4:30, and that the private part that was going to be done without any of the public's presence was done first thing this morning, and so that portion is actually already over, and so the rest of court today will be public, and that that's where the real meat and potatoes, if you will, of everything's going to be kind of broken down. So
yeah,
I would assume after lunch is supposed to come back at 1:15. Court is, and then I would assume there's going to be quite the lull until about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and then we should have a whole nother bucket load of information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been
go ahead,
crazy. It's been a crazy morning. I had to laugh. We started at 7:30 something. I'm like, we should have waited till 10.
Are you saying that we were the smart ones?
That is hard for me to admit, but in this case,
well,
yes.
I mean, I get it though. I mean, Frank's down at the courthouse, so you're trying to capture. We saw Frank. Hey, Frank, we saw you, dude. You were there with Rick's. Well, Rick's was there.
Well, I think that he, had to turn on the live because he was going to be in the courthouse.
Yeah.
And there would be nobody to activate that live. So.
Yeah.
That's what came into play, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked our heads off, but it was great,
me.
Talking to Ruckus and getting law enforcement's perspective on everything was kind of good.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a dog outside. Okay, 1 second. I'm just going to mute myself.
Is that your dog? Oh, you don't have a dog.
No, it's the neighbor's dog.
So what else you guys heard? Anything good?
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Did they bring anybody else? Did they transport anybody else in? Do we know?
I don't know, but didn't he just say there were some more witnesses coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2. And I sent you 2 more. I sent you just 2 screenshots of tweets just now, Sunny.
I mean, there were 4 things that they were going to talk about this morning, today, and that's setting the trial date, a motion to suppress ballistics, whether to keep Allen in state prison, or approval of a defense expert.
Right. And we know that the judge has already said she's not going to rule on the ballistics today. And, it sounds like Cass County doesn't want him. So there are 2 of the issues, I think, that are, being cleared up. So I think really a lot of this is going to focus on the whole admission that Richard Allen made, and whether or not they can get some of that thrown out or not. This was just a tweet.
Cass County doesn't want him, or Carroll County doesn't?
Cass County. Because that's the sheriff of Cass County that was saying that. That was one of the witnesses.
All right.
Saying they do not want him at Cass County.
Okay. Let's just read. You want to read this, Adam?
I'm confused. Hang on.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify this. So Schroeder, I thought they said Schroeder was saying that Tobe said he didn't want him.
Tobe's not the sheriff.
I know that, but I'm saying I thought that in the past, why Tobe wouldn't take him. I thought that that's what Schroeder was referring to, that Tobe had said back in the past when he was sheriff that he did not want him. But now you're saying that he was saying he doesn't want him either?
My understanding is that was in regards to them asking him to be moved to a different facility, and they suggested Cass County, if you remember, and my understanding was that when they were talking about that is that the sheriff of Cass County said they did not want him.
Okay, because I heard that Schroeder threw Tobe under the bus and said that he had refused to take him at that point earlier on.
Oh, so, okay. Well, then maybe I'm mistaken. If Frank's saying that Frank was in the courtroom.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I trust I trust your judgment on that. What's on the screen now is a tweet that says, most shocking allegation is that during 3 attorney-client meetings out of 4 total, that a camcorder with sound was trained on RA. This is a clear violation of RA's rights, as privileged conversations are impossible. Rozzi did not ask at whose request this was happening. So that I would like to hear more about that. Yeah. Frank, tell us more about that.
Me too.
Well, shocking allegation is that during 3.
So maybe we're both right on that, Deb, because the first 4 witnesses were Liggett, Cass County Sheriff, Captain at Westville, and a defense intern.
Okay.
So possible that Tobe said he didn't want him, and then the Cass County Sheriff probably said I don't want him either.
Yeah. That makes sense. I just wanted to get that clear in my mind because I was getting confused. I'm easily confused today.
It's been a long morning for you.
I've had very little sleep too.
Yeah. And then this says that the state will be calling 2 witnesses after lunch. 1 or both witnesses will be testifying to admissions of guilt, which this could be where the transport order is coming in from the other if he made an admission to another inmate, maybe that inmate is going to be testifying.
Yeah, but we know what I had thought.
1 or both witnesses will be testifying to the admissions of guilt allegedly made by Richard Allen while being detained. It could be shocking.
Adam, then wouldn't that be probably the letter? Remember how
that would be where I would assume the inmate letter would have come from.
Right.
Notifying the court that Richard Allen had made admissions of guilt.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I mean that's just my guess.
It said inmate letter. That was what it was deemed or titled, inmate letter. So that would make sense. That an inmate whatever, and then yeah, that makes sense. So admission of guilt. That's probably what's going to be happening then. By Ray, who is being detained, it could be shocking. It could be shocking. It's the new revelation.
Shocking.
I can't believe Westville was recording Allen with his attorneys. I'm not sure how that all works. So
I have no idea how that works. I'd like to hear more about that though.
Yeah.
The only thing I know about that is that tweet there. So.
Here's just Jeff sent something. One sec. What you sending to me, Jeff? Oh, okay. Download. So court begins in another 20 minutes, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I learned something new too, that they would have brought food for Richard Allen from the prison. That they would not get food from a restaurant or somewhere else to feed him today, but that his meal would have traveled with him.
I mean, they couldn't just have given him a McDonald's, like McDouble or something.
Well, one of the things would be that a fear that somebody would put something in his food.
That'd be true.
And also the fact that he would have to have finger foods and not be allowed to have, a knife or anything he could harm himself with. And he'll be in a cell during this time he'll be in a cell there in the courtroom.
It must be shit food. Right,
Oh,
Tana?
yeah. Somebody in the chat this morning said you wouldn't believe what they feed prisoners. It's just absolute.
Well, see, and that's, like I said, that's my thing, is that people are still human beings at the end of the day. They still need to be treated with dignity, right? Meaning they've done a crime, they're in the prison. You do bad things, you get things taken away from you. You be good, you get things given to you. But everyone should be treated with dignity still. You are a human being, you know. It's just that I know that crap goes on. You know, and I mean, you see it whenever you've watched even like documentaries where they have the hidden cameras as they go into places and stuff. So you know that stuff goes on. And for me, like I said, I don't really care what somebody did. You're still a human being, and you deserve, you know, the necessities still that you know.
Justice Angel said it's not for human consumption. Prison food isn't. I believe it. I think they probably get deals on really. Well, not only that, but we also heard that prisoners down the hall were throwing notes and you know, yelling that they were threatening him with spitting in his food and all kinds of stuff like that. So he's probably afraid to eat some of it as well.
I don't know who the Vicks are.
Ray, back in the basement, Ray.
But
his comment.
I think all his food should be a little jizz and spit. With everything Sonny just said. No. Yeah.
Well, you have to remember this too. He has not been convicted yet. So as much as we hate saying it, he's innocent until proven guilty. And most people in his situation would not be in a prison right now. They would be in a jail. But because of, you know, the possibility that he could be killed or whatever, they've had to take him to an area, a prison where he can be in an area where he's completely kept safe and monitored. So, yeah, and as much as we hate to say that, he is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mustang says salmon patties are fried and you can smell rotten fish all through the whole prison. Nice.
Mustang's done some time. Told us that last before when I asked. Because I've never, I mean, I know what hospital food tastes like. At least someone here. It's like, you know, but I remember too, as a kid, I'll never forget it. As a kid, we went to camp. And as a kid, that's a bunch of slop. They use the cheapest Cheese Whiz. That's not even Cheese Whiz. They use the cheapest shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cheapest food they can buy.
Yeah. Now, I just wanted to put this up for a second because we were going to look at this from earlier before lunch break kind of happened. I mean, I don't really have a picture, but I was just trying to show people, for people, because some people, we were just talking about it basically. And, you know, like I was just kind of giving people that view of Richard Allen versus the BG. So if anyone wanted to, I don't know, what are your guys' thoughts for anyone? So this is the nose here, obviously. Okay. The eyes are there. Obviously, you guys can make out the chin. Now, granted, it's not a side shot. That would be too perfect if he was looking the same way. But I can't really make it bigger because it's the way I made this. It's up and down. It's not side by side. I don't really use this thing for collages. But does anybody honestly that didn't don't know if it's Richard Allen? Does this kind of seem like it looks like him if you were to compare the two?
I think it does. But
I think it does. The structure of his face.
Yeah. The shoulders, I mean, all of it. I mean, I think it fits.
Yeah.
And I am told that the court people that are back in court are saying that it is more packed, and that, you know, half the seats, I guess, this morning when I said that.
Nope.
Sorry. were half the seats that were reserved for the family. So I guess there are a lot more people there than we thought.
You're going to have to say that again because halfway through you were cut
Yeah.
off.
Sorry. I am told the courtroom is a lot more busy. You know, this morning I was told it was only half full, but I guess that half of it was reserved for family. So.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Yeah, people thought that, you know, there would be more people attending than that. And somebody in the chat was, I think it was that guy that wrote a book. He came in as a fake name, you know, trying to say that it's Ron Logan, but Ron Logan was tall. He wouldn't have had all those folds down at the bottom of his pants where his pants are too long.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
That's something that a shorter guy would have.
Let me go back over here for a second. Lost where I was. Okay, I just want to stop screen for a sec and share. If you play the video back, yeah. I just want to show this. Oh. Hey, I didn't mean to show you that. What the heck was that, actually? I'm sitting there. I didn't even know what I clicked there. I think it was Facebook.
As long as it wasn't my Facebook, I don't care.
Yeah, no. Right. It just shows messages or whatever.
Melissa, my understanding is his daughter, Brittany, is not there.
Was his mother there or just his wife?
I heard Kathy. I did not ask about his mother, to be honest. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I only heard Kathy too.
I'm just showing this on screen because Jeff made it. So you guys, we can talk just as this is playing out. He's showing all the different frames.
Yeah, that looks so much like him to me.
Same.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, once we had Richard Allen, and something to go back to, I never did believe though that the BG had a mustache. I kind of thought that there was stubble there because there's something like there's an object there that's in the way, and it's so yeah, but knowing that Richard Allen is the BG. Hey, you guys can see in this frame the headphone on the right hand side. But mind you, this is very pixelated. But there's not one frame in there where you literally just see his face. There's this oddity that happens where his eyes, you know, it makes me understand now that Richard Allen's eyes are close together because there's this frame in there where it looks like you're looking at some cyclopsy looking guy because of how the frame, it's almost like, I don't know if it was an edit done or if it was, you know, because right here, you see that thing that goes across, right? Remember, everyone says that was Abby's arm or something. That whenever you guys see that right there, movement, who knows, whatever that was. But see that thing behind his head? You guys can see it. Remember I was showing you guys it earlier in chat. As we're doing that, we'll just send me like it pops up behind his hat as he's walking. But again, this isn't. I mean, this is way zoomed in. But yeah, I mean, when it hits a certain point there on his face, you know, you can see, you know, only in hindsight, you can see the mustachio, right? And we all know he ain't afraid of no heights.
Yeah, nope. And, you know, and I had heard, and I said this before, I think on your show some time ago, that I had heard that he frequently walked the trails.
Right.
You know, before the murders.
Yeah. Okay. So Adam just sent me something that says Allen's statements, which he made previously and revealed for the first time in public, are expected to dominate the rest of Thursday's hearing.
Right. And that was from Indy 4.
That was from Indy 4?
Yeah, I believe it was, wasn't it?
Your News Now, yeah. Something 4, eyeball 4. Is that Indy 4?
Yeah. And I guess court should be starting in a little less than 10 minutes. I know everyone's pretty much getting back in there now.
They're all going in now?
Yeah. So Deb, what are you doing later? Are we all gonna like meet back up after court today? And
after court, I'm supposed to go back on with Ruckus and
yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Probably going back on later with them.
Yep.
Yeah,
to find out what you just said. Oh.
Isn't that thing so strange?
Right.
I'm just sorry. See.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
You know, Callie says if the bullet and admission are not thrown out, I believe he will plead, in my opinion. And you know, I mean, if you know, I know that there's not going to be a ruling on the ballistics today. But you know, imagine if the defense doesn't get that admission thrown out, and they don't get the ballistics thrown out. That's incredibly damning for for Richard Allen and the defense.
If it jives with, if what he has said jives with the evidence,
right?
If what he said doesn't make sense at all to the actual crime, then, but I gotta believe it does.
Right. Same. WTHR is doing live on Delphi right now.
Are they? You got a link?
That's what Cammy. No, Cammy said that in the chat.
Okay.
Let's see. WTHR. Um, 3 hours ago, 1 hour ago.
Cammy, can you put a link in the chat? Or no, she's not a mod, is she? Can anybody put a link in the chat now?
No, only.
Okay.
Yeah, and and I don't know how. Like, I know there's a way you can do it, but I don't know. It's on. I think it's on. Yeah. Cammy, can you email it to me? The link at crimeandshame@gmail.com.
Yeah. Or send it. If she can't do that, you can send it to me in our chat, and I can send it to you in the chat.
Mm-hmm. In the chat? What chat?
Our private chat, Sonny. Messenger.
Oh, you have Cammy?
I have Cammy in private messenger, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go, Cammy. Send the link over to Deb. Deb will send it to me. Perfect.
I'll send it to you, and then you send it to her, and then we'll send it to him. And...
Yeah, and then I'll have my people call your people, and oh, I got one from Kelly. It looks like she sent an attachment.
Okay, awesome, great.
I know she's on that stuff. This one's from. Wait, that's only 11-second video. That's not it.
Okay.
That's Mike and Becky going in to here. Let's stop this. Whoops. We want to cancel. We want to wait. Don't I have to? I gotta remove this for a second. And we'll go to this. We'll go to this. We'll go to this. So this is just to
Mike and Becky going in.
thanks, Callie.
I'm sorry.
There's Kelsey ahead of them. Did you get the link, Deb?
Nope, haven't seen it yet.
Tammy, do you have that link? Huh. Well, I mean,
yeah, I don't see anything on WTHR. Who is it reporting? Is it
okay.
Anne-Marie Tiernan? Who's reporting on WTHR? Did she say?
No. No. That's all she said. What is the latest update, please? Adam.
I guess, like, JLR just put out a video. I guess the title is Breaking. Richard Allen confesses to his crime. Court update. And I know the Inquisitor put out a video, which I've not watched yet, but I'm assuming it's much more balanced and factual.
Oh, you think?
Hey, could you guys hit that like button for us? If you could. We're only at 46 or 48 likes. Could you guys hit that like button for us, guys? Because this one definitely a like for all the hours for this one.
Yeah.
If you could. I'll say something nice.
Hey, there's a Devil's Hop Yard.
Yeah, Devil's Hop Yard, yeah. I was saying, you know, that's the vid that I was always using forever.
Yeah.
Trying to decipher that things that were there.
So are they back in court?
Oh heck!
Should be starting in 1 minute.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, Adam. Did you recap? My bad.
Well, the main thing that I think we'll all take away from right now is that apparently Richard Allen has made some sort of admission of his involvement, and the rest of this afternoon is apparently going to be them arguing probably over that. There are going to be 2 witnesses presented from the state, one of which we're being told is going to explain the admission that was made by Richard Allen of his involvement. And the defense would like that thrown out.
Of course they would. No, let's just pray it doesn't get thrown out.
Yeah. I mean, such a pivotal thing like that. I mean, I don't see how you throw that out, to be honest.
Well,
I mean, unless it was obtained unethically.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry, Deb.
That's okay. As long as it gets said, that's all that matters.
Oh, you guys, as for that WTHR thing, and thanks, Jeff, for, Adam, when you go to their site and it just swirls.
Yeah.
That's what it does. It just swirls. I'm going to send you the link, Adam, or and just tell me if you're seeing it swirl.
I went to their website and I couldn't find it either.
I'll go.
It's probably because the video is over, but they haven't downloaded it to the website yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But thanks anyway, Jeff. But yeah. Thank you for doing that. But yeah. Where are we now? Hi, Miss Dog Lover. I'm sorry I'm late.
Are you there?
I'm here.
I
I'm seeing now from someone that was in the courtroom said earlier that Richard Allen's attorney like basically blurted out that Richard Allen admitted he was guilty of the charges. That
Wow.
that's
what?
To me that's a little bit more than involvement.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
So I'm just looking at that from a Facebook post that someone said is there, but
And that was Richard Allen's attorney?
yeah.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just was doing something because for some reason OBS wants to keep doing it in double, and I don't understand why. That's why I keep turning it off, because it's literally echoing, coming in double. So I'm gonna have to ask my husband when I click it by itself, but whenever, like, it's fine. But anyways, I just want to make sure you guys could hear me. Anyway, go on.
No, that was all.
Oh, sorry.
They didn't say like why he blurted that out or what it was, why he was saying it. Was he saying it and then saying, but we can't accept that because of his psychological issues, or
that's all I hear. I'll send Sunny the screenshots.
Okay.
Well, I seen this one that you just sent me.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just and that person that is apparently in the courtroom, but they were recapping what they had heard.
Yeah.
Did you send me something else as well?
Yeah, I sent you the 2 follow-ups to that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate Jeff and Kelly and Deb and Adam and everyone that saw sending things, and Indy that sent some pictures earlier in the archive. That chick. Haven't looked at that name.
So if they're back in court in session, then we won't be hearing anything from any of them.
Okay, so
until it's over.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So what do we got here? From what the media is sharing, the prosecution is claiming Allen made incriminating statements. Is arguing Sam Roberts, his attorney, said Richard Allen admitted he did it. Did he just blurt that out in the courtroom? His attorney did, and I about fell off my seat. So Sarah's there. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, when I was on with Ruckus, he has said for some time now that he believes that Richard Allen will plead guilty.
Right.
Hi, Bismo. Emotionally spent. Yeah. Having a rough day.
Guys, I think I'm going to hop off here because I need to get some more substantial food in my body.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, we probably aren't going to be on forever. We're probably not going to stay on for super long. Because
right.
I'm sure we'll be back later.
Right.
I mean,
because of the fact that they're back in court now, so we're not going to hear anything, I think. What were you going to say, Sunny?
No. Because, I mean, they're going to be in court for probably most of the day. Because then they have the ex parte, too, that you got to take care of. But
well, they already did that this morning, apparently.
Oh, they did that, the ex parte?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the rest of today is pretty much all going to be them arguing over. Yeah.
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 But it is expected to go till the end of the afternoon. So.
Yeah.
With, I would assume, probably one break in between now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, I really appreciate you letting me hop on, and if I hear anything else, I'll let you know.
Same.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. What did Jeff send me? Jeff sent me something too. What did he send me? Oh, you sent me the frame. I'll play that again. Let's see here. Take this down. Just gonna put up. Okay, stop screen. Share video file. I'll play this out. I think. What did you do, Jeff? You put the. What did you say? Let me check. Let's see what he said. He said. I think these are the best frames of his face. We'll just play this out. You guys can say whatever you want in chat there. How much longer you want to stay on, Adam?
I mean, I'm fine to go whenever, because like I said, I know we'll be back on later this afternoon, and it'll give us time to eat and try to get more information.
Yeah, well, we'll stay. I'll stay on like 8 minutes. Okay, when it hits 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just gonna play out these frames. So again, you guys, is it obvious to anyone yet that he has a headset on here? Or no? I showed you guys pictures earlier. Or do you think differently about the white thing, that people have said is goggles? I've said it's a mask. People have said it's goggles. Other people say it's a scarf. Definitely don't look like no scarf to me, but, a lot of things are deceptive, this whole case, right? Ray, I'm looking at a mole. Come stop me. What? Yeah, Miss Dog Lover. Well, not maybe from the beginning. Just find where because a lot of it's just repetitive stuff. It's only in the last half an hour stuff, really, that counts. Thank you, Callie. Callie, when it's my birthday, I want to see 1,999,999, and then I'll go buy the island. You just send me the money. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll buy the island. You can buy lotto tickets with that. See? See, it's doubling it. Thanks for covering this. Thank you, Callie. I just let that play out just so you could hear the message, but I got to figure out why it's doubling over on itself. Thank you, my girl. Love you. Yeah. Let's see. Hi, Radar. Oh, what's this? Miss E? Why it looks so small? I think it's the last message. That's why. Thanks, Missy. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks for that. I'll click the button without you.
Right.
I'll click the button. Thanks, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I can't see you, but I'm sure you look absolutely gorgeous today. There you go.
Aw. Who donated who donated the $19.99? I just now saw that.
That was Callie girl.
Oh, Callie, thank you. I'm sorry. I must not have that. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mrs. E.
Yeah, Miss Dog Lover, Mrs. E.
And Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah. Miss Dog Lover. She knows that that's the only. Sorry, it's coming in echoing.
It's okay.
$1.99. Thank you. Miss Dog Lover, she knows that's the only way to get my attention. Is when I see colorful rainbows in chat. I wish there was like a colorful rainbow one. Anyway, let me play this again. Another 4 more minutes, guys, and then I'm gonna get something to eat.
Yes.
So that's probably one of the best stops of his face in a sense. Mustache. See, the one thing that sticks out about Richard Allen, you guys, is like I said, when he was arrested. Well, Richard Allen has a droopy nose in the front, meaning it distinctly comes down. And that's what's predominant. And that's where I really knew that my BG was not the BG. Learned my lesson, okay? Don't gotta tell me twice. Learned my lesson. KD, Kagan Dunker's not the BG. It's Richard Allen. Learned my lesson about that shit, though. That's why I never bothered with Koberger to ever accuse anybody.
Oh, wow.
Unlike some people, but I didn't even like it. I didn't even bother. I didn't even cross my mind to even think of anyone.
Right.
Okay. I thought maybe slowing the zoom in the footage might reveal something. Didn't mess with the image. Oh, I don't know, Jeff. I've slowed this thing down many times, but we can look at the other one if you want. I guess it's because I played with this stuff so many times, but maybe to other people they haven't. So I'll stop this for a second.
But just think, look, all this stuff, might be irrelevant. I mean, Rich Allen today admitted he was that guy on the bridge. So
right.
null and void.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, clearly, in my opinion, he is.
Yeah. This is just playing out. Let's try this again. Okay, hold on. Where's the pause? Let's go back here. Okay, that's where the thing comes out in frame 27 right there. Thanks, Cammy girl. Hey, Christine. Are you related to Andrew Tate? Whoops, I wanted to capture that one. Let me go back for a sec. See right here, guys, on his jacket, right? It's like a windbreaker thing. Like it's another jacket. It looks like inside of that jacket. That's like more like, I don't know, like it reminds me of like a windbreaker or something where it droops down. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if a female had on like a freaking turtleneck and it was a very loose turtleneck and it hung down. That's kind of like what I'm talking about, like a windbreaker. Okay, you can see the headphones again, right? You can see the roundness here. You can see the roundness on both sides. Mind you, you probably can't see my cursor, can you? Because this is a video. So here I am circling it. I'm not going to lie, you guys. I want to know what that thing is that looks like a PENIS. It's not, but it sure in the hex looks like one. Okay. A long time ago, and then my husband's like, honey, no guy's going to be walking down the bridge with his, we'll call it pee-pee hanging out. And I'm like, I know, but it looks totally like, you guys, I'm not kidding you. The thing that's right below that brown thing, whatever that is, absolutely has the shape of a PENIS. Okay?
Or a large knife.
Hey?
Or a large knife.
Yeah. No. Not knife stick cops. Well, like I said, I don't know what it is. I to even try to explain to you what I've seen. I remember when someone said, because I kept seeing these things and I know that they have this, you know what an acorn looks like? Like, right? An acorn, the tip of an acorn. Well, there's these two purpley looking objects that are near the beginning part where that, like, I point my pointer to it because obviously I'm playing the video, but where that brown thing is, right, basically where his zipper would be. Okay, but on that brown thing, whatever these things are, they look like freaking acorns, but they're not. You know, and I couldn't be asked to go back to all my pictures to show you guys again. At least not right now. Maybe later on when we come back live, I'll look at some of those pictures again. But you know, for most people, they don't understand them. You know, so yeah. So admission to guilt, huh?
Right. That's a good bombshell. You know, if the families, I mean, that has to. I mean, nothing's going to make them feel good, but I mean, there has to be so much emotion going on in the families right now. So I'm hoping that this is a good sign.
Well, what do you think, you guys? Right? What do you think if the wife's sitting there, unless he had already told her?
And no wonder she was apparently sobbing.
Right? Or maybe she was sobbing because she heard him because of that admission. And she's like, wouldn't, like, honestly, I really feel like horribly bad for Kathy, to be honest with you. If she literally had no knowledge whatsoever and she lived underneath a rock and just had no knowledge of it, and then to come in court to hear that, that you literally, if you are admitting that you literally did that to those girls, like could you imagine, guys, being in that person's shoes?
Right.
I couldn't.
Yeah, and Ivy says, quotation, the defense attorney said that those statements were very generic and inconsistent with Alan's previous statements of denial. And Ivy, I'm sure they did say that, but, you know, we're apparently going to hear from at least one witness this afternoon that's going to testify directly to what Richard Allen admitted to. So, you know, after court today, we should know a lot more about what this admission was.
We're very generic.
Right. But of course they're going to say that. They want it thrown out.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Alan's previous statements of denial.
We'll know more. We should know more this afternoon.
Yeah, like, what are they going to do? Use the whole, you know, like, oh, they beat me down. I just confessed. I confessed it all.
Yeah. Oh, I know, Ivy. I know you're not arguing. I was just, Thank you.
Yeah, we know you're not arguing, Ivy. Ivy, would you stop arguing?
I'm going to go eat lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. What time are we coming back?
What time do you want to come back, Sunny? 4:30? 5? 5? Let court get out?
5. What time's that? That's like 3? No, 2? 2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or do you want to wait till later?
No.
We can always schedule it for 5, and then we can always start the live earlier if we need to.
Don't make Aspen hang. Yeah. No. I'm just playing around with this for a sec.
Okay.
You go ahead, Adam. I'm just leaving it full screen like this anyway. I'll be getting off in just a bit here.
Okay, well, everyone, I will see you all this afternoon. And then Sunny just messaged me what time we're coming back.
What time did you say we were coming back?
I suggested we schedule it for 5, and then if we start the live early, then we start the live early.
Yeah. Fair enough. All righty. Okay.
Well, I will see everyone this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost hit end broadcast.
You see that nose, guys? The nose. That droopy nose. That's one of the better shots of where it stopped. Are you gone now, Adam? Yeah, he left. Yeah. You guys can hang with me for a few minutes if you want. If not, then have a good day. Do you guys see that nose? The droopy nose? Here, let me take a print screen of that one. But can you guys make out the nose? Tell me if you guys can see the nose. You have to understand though, I've been looking at these pictures for a couple years. Like everything. So I know where I can see the nose, but I'm not sure if you guys can. So that's right towards the end. Oh, let's back that up for a sec. That's basically the picture like I showed you earlier. Yeah, you can see the nose. Okay. See, that's the spot in the film right there. That one always, whenever I would see this one, you guys, because what I would do is I would sit there and I'd snap thousands of pictures of the BG. Okay, mostly focused on the hat and face and area. A lot of it all over, but that was the main part. And I would literally take thousands. And then whenever I came across this photo, I was like, what the hell is that? Because 1 minute, it's kind of like when it's caught, right? It goes from that. See, but you guys, oh, great. I just had a good picture of the nose right there. Oh, yeah. If I could just back it up a sec. See that nostril right there? The nostril. I know his nose looks bigger. Remember how the nose always looked like a big, fat, chunky nose? Oh no, I was just saying, I was just talking about some older pictures where these things look like acorns. I might search for them while we're on break. Show you guys some of those pictures. I think that the headphones, but anyway, let me just do that for a second. You guys just stare at his nose for a second. Give me a sec. You guys do that, and I'm just gonna do something. I freaking hate this collage thing in this one. Drives me bonkers. Okay, so if I want that, but I want them bigger. No, shut up. Page size. I think 4x6. No. 5x7? No. Oh, this one drives me. I hate this one. I like this program for. Oh, there we go. 6x4. If I do a 6x4, add image. Give me a sec, guys. We'll take that picture and that picture. And okay. No, get over there. Okay. Let me just screenshot. Well, here we'll just freaking cancel, create. Okay. Now, this is probably the best it's gonna look, to be honest with you, especially at this moment. Okay, so present, share screen, window. Okay, so I know this is hard, kind of. Maybe I should have made it a little bit lower. Just I should have brought this in. Well, no, because the more I bring this in, the more it's going to be harder to see. Okay, but look, you see the nose. Okay, the nostril, the little high arched nostril. But bottom line is, Richard Allen has this droopy nose, and it's not. There's better pictures where you can actually see the droop a little bit better than this, but that's the whole thing. That's really what sealed the deal for me, was Richard Allen's nose. Here's a video slowly tilting up BG. Look at Jeff just playing in the background there. Okay, but it is his nose. Like, okay, like I said, like I said before, I always said that the BG was KD. Okay, these two, when Richard Allen was younger and KD is the age he is, their chins and their faces are ridiculously the same. In a lot of ways, it's almost like they could be like brothers. The nose did always bug me though, because there was always one picture of the BG where his nose was going up and reminded me of Garrett Kurtz, or yeah, well, no, it was Katie's dad's pig nose. That's what it reminded me of. And of course, Katie's dad had, even though I didn't think his dad was it, but his dad had like a one amputee leg as well. Go figure. But anyways, you can kind of see like that rectangleness. And if you look here, it's the same thing. Anyways, bottom line is Richard Allen has a droopy nose. And that for me is exactly what sealed the deal. I kept trying to like go, nah, I don't know. It took me a couple of weeks before I was like, I concede it's Richard Allen. You know, his facial hair matches out. Yeah. In my brain, when I sat there, like I said, I don't usually ever call somebody out unless I felt like I was 100% sure. Well, that taught me a lesson, didn't it? Because, you know, I take pride in my work, and you know what, at the time I was doing it, I was like, 100% felt that Kitty was the BG. And I felt like he was never a person of interest. And I was like, like, nobody's understanding. Like, this is the BG. I don't get it. This is the BG, you know? And that's why it took me a couple weeks, because their facials are so similar in shape to the little butt chin and stuff like that. Even though their noses are slightly different. But, you know, once Richard Allen was arrested, it was clear that his nose was Richard Allen's nose, because Richard Allen's nose, like I said, distinctly drops in the middle like that. Yeah. So that was just to try to give you a shot of the nose on that one. You know, I mean, now that you look at it, you could actually see the gray hair here, you know, in hindsight. You know, you can, instead of going, what the frick is all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But you can actually, you know, anyways, it looks like you can see that this would be gray hair here now. It's so weird, though. I remember taking a picture, and there was like orange hair. There was like orange hair or something. And I remember going, oh, BG has orange hair? More like an orangey brown? Just like what they said, right? They said that the BG has orange hair. Yeah. I've been saying that the brown pool hat, I don't know. I'd have to see that brown pool hat myself. I always deemed it more as a camo hat, but totally could be wrong on that. Totally could be. I'd have to see that one. To be honest with you, I never paid attention to the hat on that one. I always kind of paid attention to this one. But anyway, let me go to Jeff's. Jeff, did I download that video? Like, or no, I haven't yet. Great. Here's a video slowly tilting up. Okay. Oh, I see. Right. Let's see here. Okay. So stop video file. It's doing that, you guys, because remember, this video's been brought forward and then back, kind of like a digger. When I first started using a video, I started using his because he had said, like all you have to do is go to the ISP site and you can make it yourself. But he'd already done it nicely for everyone. So I was like, sweet. But then eventually I just went and made my own just so I could say that I did that work myself as well. There's the little step. See what we can make out of this. Yeah, they do look similar. Come on, dude. Hold on. What else you sent me? Hooded eyes match. Right, the hooded eyes. The hooded eyes. I'll show that in a second. Hold on. Too bad he doesn't have bushy eyebrows like Koberger. Okay. Can any of you guys make out the headphone set that I talk about? Which I totally know is there. Can you guys see that? On his right side, left side, you can see the roundness where the ears are. Can you guys make that out? Because my thing was, well, it would be very interesting to hear what these admissions are. It would be very interesting to hear what these admissions are, because everyone's still kind of wondering, is it just him or was there other actors, players? I see what you're talking about. I just disagree. Well, it's okay to be wrong, Ivy. So what do you think it is then, Ivy? No, it's definitely not a hoodie, okay? No hoodie is round shape headphones. But hold on. I don't even... No hoodie is round shape headphones, but we can go back to that again. I mean, it's only, like I said, you guys, it's only your own visual, right? I only ever knew it was headphones because of the ISP picture. And I was like, oh, the dude has a headset on. But then I had to prove it to myself. I don't really see headphones, but the image is crap quality. See, that for me, it's like second nature to look at the BG. How does anyone say, right? Like, do you guys see frickin' Ron Logan as the BG here? Come on now. Okay. At what point is that Ron Logan? Like I said, there's not one frame. Like, this is the one where his mouth is going downwards in this one. It's really hard to kind of stop because the frame happens so fast. You guys can see the dent in the top of the hat. That's a really strange one right there, isn't it? Huh. I'm going to capture that one for myself. Just because it's almost like you're seeing his face, but it's still weird. I get why people think that's a hoodie, because in this particular picture, for instance, those headphones look like they're a hood. It's almost like a hood coming off the side. And that's why people would always think that it was like dog ears. Right, exactly. So I can understand if somebody's just looking at a picture like this and not, you know what I mean? But again, it really depends too what frame you capture it in. Most people have just looked at a few pictures of the BG and the main one from ISP. You know, again, one of the better pictures in a sense to see him. Hi, Claire. How are you? Okay, now let me just, hold on. 1 second. Window. We'll share that for a second. Okay, well, you know what? Since I have this window open anyway, we'll go back to, we'll go back over to here. Okay. Again, round. That's no hoodie. And that's exactly what I'm showing you on the side. That's not a hoodie flap. But, yeah. I mean, I'm sure I feel like he has a hoodie on, but I feel like the hood area is behind him that you're not really seeing it. You might be seeing just perhaps a little bit towards the shoulder area, perhaps. You know, it's pretty much one of the best visuals you're gonna get. I mean, like just it's like silver, and then this. You guys know how headphones are. Gaming headphones type of thing. It crosses over the top here type of thing. But I mean, this right here, to me, it's like, how do you miss that? It's literally got the, whatever you want to call it. Either that's a camera thing, or it's part of the headphone and it's the mic. I believe it's the mic, but I could be wrong. It could be more of a camera thing. This is probably the best picture, I suppose. Right? I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's no different than he has something like this is where you guys, this is where it gets confusing to me. But then again, you would have to understand that the BG has more than just a hat on his head. He has a lot more stuff. That's why a lot of things were left at the crime scene, physical evidence. The BG came packing a bunch of stuff. He absolutely did. And that's why Robert Ives said that there was so much physical evidence. But it becomes about, for me, it becomes about this. If he only got there 20 minutes before the girls, right? I mean, unless we don't know something, unless in the affidavit it didn't say he had headphones on or a headset or a camera freaking on his head. I don't know, because the BG is packing. Julie knows that. And some people that really have dived deep into the BG would know that. But it's kind of like how do you explain that? You know what? I'll look for pictures later again. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, for me, it becomes the difference. And it doesn't mean I'm right about everything, of course. But there's a difference between people that don't look at pictures and they've only looked at the BG and a few pictures versus looking at stuff for 2 years. After 2 years of looking at pictures, you know exactly where the nose is, where the eyes are, where this is, it's no different if somebody, like I said, if their job entailed doing whatever, a mechanic, and obviously I'd be looking at Chinese, right? No offense to the Chinese, but I would be looking at Chinese if I was doing that. But that's how I feel about pictures. When I first started, I was like, you're making that assumption though. You don't know who looked at what. I'm not sure who you're referring to, Ivy. You are making that assumption though. You don't know who looked at what. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to somebody else in chat? No, he was 22 minutes. What do you mean? I thought he was there for an hour. No. It's clearly in the affidavit that it's 22 minutes. Yeah. So you're going to have to go back and look at the affidavit because 126 Ivy was when the one witness saw him. The girls arrived. They were seen on the Hoosier, what was it, at 146? 149, I think, is their time. It's only like a 20-something minute window there. Yeah. But that's all in the affidavit. Yeah. Well, there's too much to remember. You know that. You know that there's too much shit to remember. You know. So, again, for me, I just sit here and go, why? You know, what did he have? Like, why? Because to me, yeah, you know what? We'll wait to see what happens this afternoon. And then we'll talk, like, we'll wait to see what comes out. And then we'll talk more about what was said in the court. I'm curious if, like, if he was taking, if he did say an admission, I'll be curious to how, you know, that comes out after. And if it was just him, because we haven't seen no other arrests yet. A lot of people don't feel like it was, but some people do. Yeah, not 12:30. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, sorry, Jeff, did you send me something else? Oh, you want stop screen. Sorry. I think you wanted, I'm sorry, I was supposed to go in here. Open. He just wanted to show me the eyes, I think it was. You know, like the hooded eyes. I mean, when you look at it like this, guys, from the younger guy sketch, okay? I mean, the thing is that I don't care about Ellie on this one, okay? There was no plan that, hey, we're going to come out with an old guy. Then we're going to, you know what, we're going to toss out a 20-year-old face. We're going to remove the hat. We're going to remove the freaking facial hair. We're going to remove pretty much everything. And we're going to give you some, you know, like, meaning it makes you wonder. Because honestly, you guys, okay? It literally makes you wonder what kind of video footage, and if that was the best that they got, then they're no better than looking at it than us, really, besides an expert. But anyone, if they did have more video, perhaps, like, they would know that the guy had a mustache then. Like, this is like the younger sketch is like a 20-year-old. Yeah, it wasn't a strategic move. It was called a, you know, sell ice to the Eskimos, you know, type of move, and make it sound good. That's the part that always bugs me. Like, I know that they have to say things in their whatever, their correct way, verbiage and stuff like that. But it's when you know that they're feeding you a bunch of malarkey and you're sitting there listening to it and you're just going, for me, it's just like, shut up. I guess it's just because I like truth, you know? Like, don't feed us a bunch of horse manure. But I understand by the same token that, you know, they have to do things a certain way, you know, or, you know, however they deem fit for the case. I still think that they really screwed up big time, but hey. But there's no way you can go from someone that looks 45. Because when I originally came to Delphi and I saw the younger guy sketch, I remember saying, there's no way. That BG is at least 45 years old. There's no way that BG is 20 years old. You know, I checked over Ron Logan and some different people. Because to an average eye, the BG looked about 45 years old to 55. 45 to 55. But when I had come to Delphi, both the sketches were out. And, you know, the younger guy was the primary. And the other one was actually eliminated. They literally actually eliminated it. And then they kind of double talked themselves and said, well, if you put them both together, well, then great. If you put them both together, why didn't you give us a sketch then of what they would both look like together? It was a strategic move, they say. Yeah, and donkeys fly, right? Remember, no, I remember that. Yeah, absolutely, Cami. But Richard Allen does not look like a 20-year-old. So actually, Cami, what they did was they put one from 18 to 40 because, obviously they have to give it the gap because it may look younger than appear. And then on another site of theirs, they had 18 to 30. Again, if you want to talk about a case, again, that just, there's no this or that, no rhyme, no reason. It's literally a brain freeze. It's a mind meld. It's a brain cluster fricker type of thing. But the eyes, when you compare it and look at it this way, they do look the same when you look at it like this. Now, if they would have given us just the eyes, maybe perhaps everyone would be going, well, no, you're out of it. Your eyes are too round, because when you look at it, you do see Richard Allen's eye shape, and even the coming down of the nose isn't too bad either. The eyebrows are a little bit bushier, looks like. Yeah. I'll be 50 soon enough, but clean shaven since the baby face. I can't pass for 29 to 39. I can pass for 20 to 39 easy. Well, that's like me. Most people don't think I'm going to be 54 in a few weeks here. The Fountain of Youth, I found it. Anybody want to buy some? Did Libby use an iPhone? Yes, I believe hers was an iPhone. Yeah, she was an iPhone. I suspect young witness thought he looked older. Well, the bottom line is, though, even the family members were so caught off guard by the difference in how the pictures looked. It was a shock to those poor people. That's probably what bugs me the most, is that if they would have left the sketch and maybe tweaked it if possible, the original way, or not I shouldn't say the original, because the younger sketch was done first, but they went with the second sketch first. When you look at the BG on the bridge, yeah, you just to look at the BG, you'd think 45, 55, somewhere in there. Yeah, I think it was an iPhone 5. Yeah. Time is it? 11 o'clock. Maybe I should go now. Let's see here. Too bad. Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, so, just to, recap again. So, for anyone seeing this, in court today, Richard Allen appears to have made incriminating statements connecting him to the homicides of Libby German and Abby Williams. Prosecutor said he made an admission. Defense team says these admissions can't be trusted. So he did make them, obviously, but can't be trusted due to the mental state. More coming. Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen arriving at court. Okay, we have two teams. So don't forget, two witnesses this afternoon. Yeah. And this one was about the cameras. The state will be calling, this is two. So we'll be calling two witnesses after lunch. Basically, everything's going to be talking about the admission stuff. And this is that most shocking allegation is that 3 out of the 4 client meetings that a camcorder with sound was trained on RA. This is a clear violation of RA's rights as privileged conversations are impossible. Rizzy did not ask. Yeah, I don't know about the law on that one in there. But Yeah. Okay. I think I'm getting hungry myself, actually, guys. I personally think they had him almost from the start. If they didn't, no, I don't think so. No idea. I personally don't think so. Um, no. I mean, if that ever came to fruition, I'll be a monkey's butt, basically. I don't believe so at all. Not 6 years. No. I don't know that most people do believe that. But hey, if you think so, I don't think so. I think they got wind of, I don't know. I think that they got wind of him through Kagan Klein, if anything. I don't know that it was somebody looking over, like, I don't know. I mean, they lost a file for 6 years. What I just don't understand is this guy wearing a blue jacket, one of the only people was on the bridge that someone saw, that was literally on the bridge wearing the same clothing, um, like the witness said, um, basically talks to a conservation officer, right? One person that people saw between that time wearing the exact same shit, and they misfile his stuff. He says he was there but didn't do anything. Like, how did nobody in all those time go, what, remember that guy? But I don't know. I think he was completely off their radar as well. Absolutely. I mean, the bullet did make them able to get the warrant, or did his statement of being, well, the thing is that, I mean, obviously the gun would have been in the house. So they had that bullet the whole time. But it was only when, like I said, they obviously learned of information with Richard Allen. So they got the warrant, went into his house. Then they could look at the gun and the bullet at that point. But obviously, there is something, whether it was Kagan Klein, whether it was them sifting through a file, and then coming across Richard Allen, and but they couldn't have known about the gun and the bullet until they actually did the search. I mean, did the bullet make them able to get the warrant, or did his statement of being there dressed like BG and the testimony? Yeah, it's not the, yeah, make them get, yeah, no, it would it. I still think it's to do with Kagan. But let's just say it was somebody sifting through files, and they were like, hey, and then they can look and see that he has a gun that matches, that it's registered, because obviously the bullet is like for a 40 or whatever. Yeah. So once they learned that Richard Allen, once they probably were doing their fact checking before they went over to his place, and saw that he had a 40 to match that, plus he was at the bridge, etc., 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 etc. Who knows? Who knows? Hopefully one day we'll understand the story, or who knows? Who knows? Mm-hmm. Anyways, I'm gonna head off, guys. We will catch you. Oh, it's 11:11. It's 11:11 here. Okay, make a wish, you guys. Okay, I'm already taken, but make a wish. Something else. It's 11:11 here, so you guys can still make a wish. Yeah, Star Quilt. They had the river search too. It's one of those things, right? Okay. Kagan Klein spoke to Libby's account, right? Kagan Klein put himself in Vegas and literally inserted February 13th. Hey, Grizz. There's everything to show that Kagan Klein was somewhere involved with Delphi, had knowledge, gave someone information, did something. He has some knowledge. So with that, all that pointing arrows at Kagan for Delphi, for talking to Libby, right? etc. Then you have on the side of that, you guys, my brain just went like totally off. I was saying to myself, don't forget what you're gonna say. Then I went to go say it, and then I totally forgot what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? Kagan Klein. It doesn't matter that I didn't have zero sleep either. Why would Ari take the blame? It's not about taking the blame for KK. It's not about no. KK is not the BG. KK, if anything, is just a side thing, right? Like he's just either someone that helped lure the girls. What was I going to say though? There was 2 points there. It was about that side. Oh my God, just literally pissed me off. I went, forget what you're going to say. Then I forget. But yeah, KK to me is just a matter of, at least to me, okay? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Thank you. Wabash shirts. So here you have all KK stuff, right? Then you have him getting pulled out of the Miami County, the Wabash search, and following that, Richard Allen gets arrested, right? Once they probably gathered all the information that they need to go do the actual search. That makes sense to me. Because how do you just wash that all away? I mean, it's possible. But how do you just wash Kagan Klein's attachment to Libby and the Anthony Schatz account, changing his Facebook, all that stuff, all that crap, and then, the Wabash search, and then Richard Allen's arrest? Like I said, go back and watch Doug Carter's last interview. And then hindsight. I put out a video yesterday, which is basically highlighting the parts that I'm talking about. So it's kind of like, how many coincidences could there possibly be? But don't know. I mean, the story is a headbanger in itself, right? Well, the thing is, Jacqueline, although in 2010 there was 2 ski masks incidents, none of us sleuths have ever seen the ski mask incident reports. Fig Solves has talked to one of the persons, I think it's the cousin or something like that. They don't know about the ski mask incident, but it's not to say it's not possible either way. However that transpired, that by the person that was interacting with the girl from one of the ones that was at the sleepover, Libby's friend, one of those people was talking to the Anthony Schatz account, and she gave out the address to where she lived because her parents were away or something, right? And so something had to have transpired. So, I mean, I'm gonna think it possibly could be that the ski mask does really exist, but we haven't seen anything. Because in order for the police to go there, I mean, they would have to get a phone call, right? Like some creeps outside of my place, and the only person I told of that was the Anthony Schatz account. So through that, they were able to connect that back to Kagan Klein to know that it was truly Kagan Klein behind that account. So unless there's something we're missing here, it was because her giving out her address that's how they were able to connect that phone to Kagan Klein. So there must have been some incident that happened. Right, Charles. Exactly. Right? Rumors, but there's things that are fact is fact. Or at least, even if they make mistakes themselves, right? You try to stick with the facts or what is deemed as, definitely the more likely than not facts of the case. And as I see it, Kagan Klein has too many facts. No, I shouldn't say facts. Yeah, well, there is facts. But he has too many things, the puzzle pieces pointing at him, for it not to seem like Kagan Klein's involved. Like I said, I don't know how, we know that police can lie in interviews and stuff like that. I watch those shows all the time, and they do it. They mislead and they say things. I am curious if when Kagan is sentenced for his CSAM, once that's all done, I do wonder if there was some sort of thing. It wouldn't shock me if Kagan Klein did get a plea deal. Okay? It wouldn't shock me. Because if anything, he would be the nominal player in it all. If he was giving up good evidence for Richard Allen, say, he's just the person that perhaps lured the girls or let that person know or whatever. So although he's part of it, I could see someone like Kagan getting an immunity deal, which they do. These people do all the time, because you want, it's kind of like the drug thing. You want, there's these people, but yet you want the top people. You don't want the, little runners down at the bottom. You want the top people. Yeah, I mean, the only way to ask that is if you know who the girl is and ask her, which I do, but she's not willing to say. In fact, yeah, she's quite the bitchy thing, to be honest with you. If it's too of a coincidence, my ambition that two potentially violent events took place. Right. I mean, we all love to know for certainty. TK, I'm not sold on. No, you know what? TK was someone like Ron Logan. Didn't really know where to place them. TK never really felt like he was involved, to be honest. And that's why I didn't put much effort into him at all. I looked at him, but I really, when you just didn't feel it? I just didn't feel it. Could have been wrong, but I just didn't feel it. I didn't know where to place him. I think he's a not so great guy, for sure. I think he's I don't know. I kind of think he's a POS, to be honest with you. But I don't think it had anything to do with Delphi. But you never know. You never know. Like, you know what I mean? Because we have to remember back, you guys, that there was like that old something road that the phone was at this time. And Kagan's like, what do you mean? I only go between my friend's house and to my grandparents' house. But yet his phone was picking off on Old Yeller Road or whatever it was called in Peru. So there's all those little things still, right? But, I mean, that, like I said, it would be the cat's ass if Kagan Klein literally had nothing to do with coming out and talking about a Wabash thing. Come on now. Come on. Even if, just like little things that kind of make you lean towards that is like, remember the police source that said that Delphi and the Wabash were connected? It proves that when people say there's no such thing as coincidences, they're wrong. Coincidences happen all the time. Well, a lot of people don't like that term, coincidences. I think that there's both. coincidences, things that are just coincidental. And then there's things that that when everything aligns to it, that there's not, what's the word? I can't think of the word I'm looking for, Ivy. Not coincidence. I can't think of the word all of a sudden for some reason. Brain dead. Zero sleep, by the way, like I said. A wife beating jail, POS, yeah. Right. Like I said, I won't get into that because like that whole red Jeep thing was a freaking joke. I never bought into that whatsoever. I knew it was a bunch of crap the minute it came out. I didn't pay no attention to it because it was the most ridiculous story that I heard. And it just sounded stupid listening to it. A red Jeep, him and his dad. He was sitting in the vehicle while his dad, come on now. Come on. Like, that's not even, that. I refuse to waste brain cells on that storyline. That was such a joke. And there's more to it. Yeah. There's more to it. All right, guys. I'm going to get off now. I am going to go make myself lunch. It's 1, 1, 2, 3. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me. My husband says, love you, beautiful. That's my husband. Actually, his birthday is coming up on the 22nd here, too. Birthday after birthday after birthday. Yeah, he might have gotten his meds right like my ex-wife did, and possibly they aren't okay. Yeah. Tony is definitely not a good person. I don't think he has anything really to do with Delphi. I think, yeah, I don't know. I just never really felt this big involvement with Tony, for sure. Okay. I'm going to head off. You guys take care. Go grab yourself a bite to eat or something like that. We'll see you back here at, what time did he say? 5? That's like 12, like 2.5 hours, I suppose. Or sooner. Yeah. And thank you guys. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you guys for the super chats and all that good stuff. Bye, guys. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.